Bonjour, comment ça va?
I literally just said nobody talk, but now we're live. So
Yeah,
go ahead.
nobody, like, people waited and they just didn't, they decided they were done waiting, I guess.
But hey,
Hello?
we are live now, so everybody say hello. Hello.
Hello.
String.
Hello,
What's
Yumbo.
up?
Hello, I'm not a part of this game. I should probably leave.
Hello,
Oh, no,
mysterious voice!
You can spectate if you want in these. So you know.
Yeah. I need to get myself out of bed and then I'll resume my mod duties for the chat, I guess.
Alright.
Yeah, by the way, I say hello to our chat moderator.
Hi. Super professional, haven't even gotten out of bed yet.
Has already banned like 4 people. So
I haven't banned 4 people!
Hey, was one of them me?
no.
No.
Indy, we're trying to make a, we're trying to give a deterrent to all the bots, I guess.
Yeah, we don't need any more thirsty Elizas in our general vicinity.
But yeah,
Right.
so, yeah.
Go
Welcome
ahead.
back to Fate Eternal Wait. It's been a while, because it's always been a while. I named this game amazingly. Last time on this session, last session, the party, well, just spent some downtime in London, the city, and met back up in the hotel discussing all types of subjects, such as, is King Arthur's corpse walking the streets? Olga Marie has a change of plans. Let's all pretend to be mobsters. And basically, everyone is sort of settled down, essentially waiting for Olga Marie to get here. Marvin is sleeping because he needs to, because he has been laid the fuck out and still has a concussion.
You know what they say, curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back.
Actually, I think I prefer this version of the term where it's stupidity killed the cat, curiosity was blamed.
Wrong, it was actually my aura vitality that brought you back.
That is true. And specifically brought your teeth back. But everyone's, sitting around. Would Jay have put on like a mafia movie to pass the time? Because I think you had 2 hours to get through at the very least one movie.
Yeah. So, at the very least, to start off, Jay and Katya were gonna do the one movie to start off. That was American Gangster. Okay, so this is the guy. Okay, Katya, this is a guy who I'm pretending to be related to. So need to keep up appearances. Mind you, this is kind of an intense movie. So you sure you want to watch it?
So he asks the fucking actual mercenary.
I don't know if Jay don't know if Katya is big on friggin' more intense gangster movies.
I'm definitely interested.
Alright.
What's it called? Caster will disappear for a bit, actually. Just for a little bit. And Saber will kind of go ahead and sit on the couch. Very much interested in what this is. I mean, if this is for the mission, let's watch it.
Okay,
Meanwhile,
mind y'all.
Leon,
Jay will say,
yeah.
mind y'all, this is technically historic fiction. Some most of the stuff that takes place was somewhat real. Some of it's hyperbole. So.
And meanwhile, Leon, while the movie's playing, is just kind of starting to work on modifying the gauntlet. Of course, with the crafting rules I've given, you definitely won't be able to finish it tonight. But obviously, this won't be interrupted, so you can go ahead and take off 8 hours from the total.
And we'll be keep track of that.
Yeah, and so. Because just for the people who haven't watched the movie, go ahead and describe what we get out of it, basically.
Okay, so I'm just gonna read off the synopsis of American Gangster.
Fair enough.
Hold on, let's see. So early 2000s movie. Essentially, it's a movie about Harlem drug dealer Frank Lucas's rise to power in the corrupt 1970s. He's New York, equaling and surpassing some of the most notorious mafia families with the reach of his own empire. On the other side of the law, honest cop Richie Roberts dedicates himself to tracking down the most dangerous man walking the streets. Lucas acts with impunity, smuggling smack into the U.S. in the coffins of American soldiers who died in Vietnam.
Oh, shit.
Which is actually a thing he did.
Damn. What's it called? As you manage, watch through the movie, Katya probably just at the very least mentally taking notes. Kind of maybe 20 minutes into the movie, Castor reappears not by your side, but actually through the door. As he kind of just what's it called? Goes up and he's holding actually a plastic bag, hunkers down and passes you a fucking cold beer.
Wait, did you go to the liquor store and get booze?
I figure we should get some drinks.
Well, fair enough.
What money?
Jay didn't.
Yeah, Jay didn't ask that.
Yeah, Jay kind of.
I'm asleep, so he can't.
Actually, no, Jay. Right before Jay cracks open, he was like, "Wait, with what money?"
Wait, what money?
Did you rob a liquor store?
No, I just went to the nearest place that had beer and I just grabbed some.
Okay. You're not really supposed to do that. It ain't.
I figured that was just a thing we did. Ooh.
No.
Well, I guess these are gonna help us forget about that.
Okay.
Free beer is good beer.
Okay, next. Okay, next time, if we going down to the liquor store, remember, we gotta pay for the booze. If you want booze, I could have paused the movie and we could have gone down together. I could have paid for it.
Well, considering the place we're, considering the situation we're in, might as well just bottoms up. He says he just cracks open one.
Jay
Green,
kind of
like just starts downing it immediately.
rolls his eyes like, oh boy, it's gonna be one of those nights. And Jay drinks the beer that was stolen.
So like, Caster will offer a can to Saber and Katya. Katya, do you take will you take them up on that offer? It is like it's basically just moderately good quality beer. I can't really tell you how good of beer it is because I don't like beer.
Albeit like piss.
Yeah.
I already had some rum, but sure.
As you take it, you see Saber like crack it open, take like a sip, look at it for a bit, shrug, and just start like chugging it basically.
Well, it ain't the mead you're used to back in the 900s. I don't know if it's better or worse than quality drinks a king had back then, but
Oh, definitely worse. But it's fine. It's it has a certain charm to it. Pass me another one. Caster's just like, okay, King of England, here you go.
Ryder, you want some booze? Or do you prefer your Chardonnay?
I'm not entirely sure that my divine body would be able to consume that, if I'm perfectly honest with you.
I mean,
It's like giving a middle-aged kid a junk food. I don't think their bodies are made to process such foods.
Okay, to be fair, if you had divine metabolism to not be hungover, would you or would you not want to consume some of the stuff that you typically wouldn't have had?
Well, I guess we should let the man answer that question for himself. Keep in mind, Ryder, this is, as Jay mentioned, some cheap booze. So
Exactly. So I will not be partaking in anything that isn't of equal value to myself.
no, of course you won't.
I will take that Chardonnay, however.
I think you damn near drank as dry as a Chardonnay, because there's only one bottle left.
Jay, pass me one of those beers. I feel like I might need it for the rest of the night.
Yep. Let's see.
And yeah, Ivan Deadass is just asleep on Archer's lap in the corner.
You know, dude kind of sleeps like a rock.
After bleeding all over the place, I'm surprised he can sleep at all.
Oh yeah.
Caster. Well, yeah, Caster just kind of says, "Is it just me, or is this like the only time that kid's been calm this entire trip?"
I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, considering that he's not literally turning into a puddle, I'd say this is probably as calm as we've seen him. Yes, I would agree with that.
So, what are you working on over there with your DIY project? Cause you ripped up almost $500 worth of clothes.
Hey, we just got a subscriber. Thank you, Jester, for subscribing. What's it called?
Yeah.
Leon's eyes directly go into into the camera and just says, "Thanks for the super chat."
Oh lord.
I think he's drunk too much.
No, he's probably watching a stream on his phone at the moment while he's working on this. And he's going to just kind of look over at Jay and say, I'm working on a little something something, as you Americans say. Let's say it's going to make me a little bit better at doing stuff. It's nothing you should worry yourself about right now. If anything, it's actually good for me to be doing this right now. Even if it means I have to work on it all night.
You want some help?
Depends. Are you familiar with the intricacies of tweaking a mystic code?
Let's see. I've jury-rigged a whole lot of shenaniganry. I legit got an entire signal out to 200,000 yards from a walkie-talkie and an antenna cable, and was still able to get communications better than a whole bunch of other units at Fort Stewart. So, what harm could it be?
That doesn't answer my question. So, what I'm going to say, Jay, is that right now I feel like I can work on this myself. But
Look,
thank
it
you
can't
for
be that hard. It can't be that hard. What are you trying to do?
He's going to just kind of lay out like the fabrics on the table, and he's going to be like, well, what I'm trying to do is that I'm going to use reinforcement magic to attach some of these these items charged with a level of magecraft into my glove/gauntlet. Are you familiar with doing that?
Okay, so you're trying to reinforce your gauntlet, right?
In layman's terms, yes.
Yeah, Jay kind of looking at this, taking out like the back pages of his Frigoff notebook, takes out a pencil, he starts kind of doing rough sketch of friggin' Leon's gauntlet. Let's see.
I'll say what's it called? What's it called? Roll me an Arcana check.
Funny enough, I'm proficient in Arcana.
Yeah. So you would actually be able to help with this. Obviously, not like nobody knows that in character, but go ahead. See, I feel like Leon takes psychic damage when he realizes he just used the phrase in layman's terms unironically. He's just becoming a mage. So yeah, with that 19 Arcana, you know, when he talks about reinforcement magic, you've seen him kind of do that before, like with his jacket, and you kind of basically, you know, it's a pretty easy term to grasp. The concept of reinforcement magic, you see him doing it, and you're like, actually, I kind of know how this works. You're not entirely sure how to cast reinforcement magic, of course, but it is still like a magecraft form that you can kind of work with. Actually, like, it's something that you get kind of intuitively.
Well, kind of in Jay's mind, when friggin' Ivan and Leon were talking about circuits and stuff, he somewhat thinks about like a circuit board and working on, and kind of has like flashes of Jay and his cousin teaching him how like circuitry works with closed circuits and how wiring would work.
So and I'm gonna say,
just
when you come up with that memory, by the way, I will say, even though you don't know the spell, you will sort of like instinctively, you actually watch as very faintly circuits, like your hand seems to like glow. Leon, you see it much clearer. Jay's magic circuits are like in his hands like activate, and you see like some reinforcement magic kind of coat the gauntlet. Jay, you don't really see the magical signature all that well because obviously your eyes aren't trained for it. But out of character, this is a thing. All mages have like a specific all mages have a unique, specific way of visualizing the activation of magic circuits. What you just described could feasibly be that impetus. And I'll say that for this, this one-time casting, you actually managed to kind of instinctively show that you kind of get it.
Leon kind of raises his eyebrow, and he is like, this is the second or third time you've already done something akin to reinforcement mage Krov yourself. Are you sure there's no magi lineage in your family?
What are you talking about? You were working on your gauntlet, and I just figured, well, okay, if you're trying to do this, well, maybe you could use this jacket sleeve to kind of go along with your arm. It kind of feels flush with it.
He raised an he again, still with the ever raised now. He's still kind of like, well, we'll just chalk it up to instinct starting to kick in. The switch flipping.
You see, if I had a quarter for every time someone said,
you've already told me this.
Look, shut up, okay? You owe me 3/4. You owe me 75 cents now, at least.
Well, not that I'm keeping track of this, but I feel like this is now the 6th time I brought it up.
Friggin' owe me $1.50 then. Guess, I don't know. How's this?
I think this will work just fine enough. Still though, as I mentioned before, don't push your circuits too much until you know how to activate them properly, because otherwise, actually, it does this gesture with his hands where he's kind of mimicking something cracking apart.
Look, I've had broken bones. I damn near got blown up twice.
How about losing motor functions on half of your body?
Almost.
Then you don't want to that. Then you want that. You don't want that to happen. So you're hoping Leon take away additional 8 hours from the total crafting time. Oh, so is that a total of 16?
Yeah.
Okay. I forgot how many hours were in total that I needed to work on
80.
This? 80. Okay.
Yeah, so you have 64 hours left. I'm gonna also keep track of it, just in case.
Yeah, I'm keeping track of that on my sheet too.
Yeah.
But yeah, Leon is just gonna tell Jay, don't force your circuits open until you are a little bit more trained to open them at will, because we don't want a repeat from Unlimited Blade Works. Well, he doesn't say that obviously, but he he brings up the potential side effect of losing of motor functions, brain overload, stuff like that.
I can heal many things, but I'm pretty sure I can't heal that.
Look, brain overloading. I mean, I somewhat. Okay, this is the weirdest thing. You might think I'm crazy for it. I don't know. I don't care. I somewhat treat my mind as frig-off supercomputer, so 6040 is it's already cross-wired with as much random knowledge I have anyway.
Leon looks over at the TV screen that's still playing the movie at the moment.
No, Jay's pretty much multitasking. Like he's still watching the movie and working on his shenaniganry.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, right about now, man's gonna get shot. Blam! Dude got shot in the movie. Like he said that under his breath.
Caster kind of like, said, like, he's leaned back on the couch, like one arm up on the backrest, and just kind of like says, you best listen to what Leon's saying, Jay. Overloading of magic circuits isn't any joke. Once you figure out actually how to use them at will, yeah, go wild with them. But if you don't know how to properly open them, well, you can imagine it like trying to pump blood through a clotted vessel. It'll just ruin your circuits. We can do a thing. I can do a thing that'll open your circuits for you, but it's kind of really painful. So let's probably, just work on it little by little rather than the alternative.
Wait, like opening up blood vessels? Huh.
Yeah, basically. Think of magic circuits as like a second nervous system. It's not literally a second nervous system, but it's a good way to visualize it.
Well, you somewhat tried to explain that, which execution was a little bit shaky. So, I wonder.
And as you kind of like work into the night, you finally do hear like a knock at the door.
Jay posts up by the friggin' door.
How many hours in is this?
We'll say it's around like an hour 40, so the movie's almost ending. I will say, as you kind of like, close up on the door, we're going to actually quickly do a simultaneous scene. As Ivan sleeps, Ivan, you kind of like wake up. You're not in the hotel room. In fact, you're in what your mind like kind of regards as your home. It's not the Krov. It's not your manor, nor any sort of Krov manor. You kind of like look outside, and it's like the sun is shining. And you kind of get up, and when you look down upon yourself, you're, wearing a light purple kimono, which actually doesn't feel off to you. It feels like this is just your normal clothes. And you kind of hear the sort of like just loud banging of like dishes and pots. As I will bring you to this visual.
Oh boy! Hey. First serpent dream, baby.
So, yeah, you just hear like loud crashing, and but you also feel very sort of tired. But you feel like you could probably get up.
I think Ivan would like try to get up, or just like do what seems natural at that moment.
Yeah. Okay. So you kind of you get up, look around, and well, you're in you're in your room. You feel the breeze, like the summer breeze blow in. Make me a constitution check.
Check or saving throw?
Actually saving throw, yeah.
That is a 5.
Oh. Well, damn. You sort of feel this kind of wrenching pain in your side as you are actually like kind of taken to the floor, like you basically just got up too quickly. And you so you fall down, knocking over quite a few you knock into a shelf, like just kind of shoulder checking it. And you hear footsteps, very frantic footsteps, and you kind of hear, "My lady, are you all right?" As you see his eyes sort of permanently closed, brown messy hair with a ponytail, a black kimono. You recognize one of your retainers, Tsukito AKA.
I have a feeling that, like, internally Ivan's kind of confused, but at the same time, it's also a servant dream, so it's like, he's not really in control, but at the same time, he's in control, so I think he would probably respond with what Raiko would normally respond with, just due to how they work. The servant dream works, doesn't it?
Oh, I will say right now, like, you are free to respond however you want to respond. Or however you would respond. Ivan, while you probably would be aware is subconsciously that this is a dream, just act how Ivan would normally act.
Ivan would just, like, first of all, he would, like, look fucking down at his, like, hand where the scars usually are, followed probably by asking, he would just be like, where am I?
Oh, it's worse than I thought. Lay down, please. As this man kind of like runs over, digs through like some shelves, and takes out like a towel, and just like yells over, "Stop messing around, get over here! I need a bucket!" As you kind of like hear like kind of sort of like frantic movement, and you see this this man, Urabe no Suetake, look at you with like a genuine just a very genuine worried look on his face, like you're still recovering from the wound that you suffered. Please take your time to recover. You know where you are. You're home. You're in a safe place. Do you remember who I am?
Okay, could you please repeat?
I'll write down his name. Yeah.
Yeah, because fucking Ivan would like sort of like just like nod his head, just say Urabe no Suetake. I still something's not right. Ivan's like internally thinking like just internally he is like screaming, how the f do I know that? Well, not like actually.
Like says, yes, there are a lot of things wrong, but you know, we're doing the best we can with what we have. You taught us to never give up on a single one of us, and that's what we're doing. All right?
Ivan is immediately going to, first of all, well, he heard of a wound. He's going to check it or to figure out where exactly it is.
Yeah, you kind of like open your kimono, and I think the first thing you notice, your eyes widen as you don't like. There is the wound there, definitely. I think the thing that Ivan would notice is no scars. Actually, your body looks completely normal right now, which I think would probably give you quite a shock.
Yeah, I was just like spooked. He's just gone. He's gone nonverbal.
And you kind of hear, all right, I got the bucket. I'm not gonna drop it. Here, as you see, like barreling through the hallways like a crazy ape. This larger than life, muscular, golden-haired man holding a bucket full of water that's just sloshing all over the tatami mat, that's gonna be horrible to clean up. But you realize you recognize your son.
Sakata Kentoki? Ivan once more just confusedly it's like, how the fuck do I know that? Why did I get a son?
Yeah.
It like internally, not actually like externally. But it's not.
Yeah.
I don't think he's actually swearing. It's more so like.
Yeah.
That?
Yeah, like kind of like comes in. It's like yeah. Here's the bucket. You can make the cold compress now. He says as he stands up tall, puts his hands on his hips, and says, "You doing all right, Mom?"
That sentence probably was just a mental flashbang.
Mm-hmm. As before you have time to like reel from that amazing statement made towards you, Suetake basically just like slaps your forehead with a cold towel, and just says, "Focus on your breathing." And Kintaro, don't be so loud. You know she's still resting. She's a bit disoriented right now, so just stop being yourself.
I think Ivan in like this sort of dazed state, noticing knowing where the wound is, would almost instinctively do what he normally does with most of his wounds. And like he like hovers his hand over where it is and tries to reseal it using blood magic, and I have a feeling it's not going to work. Out of character.
Not only does it like not work, you activate your magecraft as normal, except you don't see your circuits glow. You don't feel your circuits at all, actually. And suddenly you feel a sharp pain as Tsukito AKA dabs the wound with alcohol to disinfect it, and says, "Just don't touch it. It stings, but don't touch it." Intaro, can you? I suppose I shouldn't ask you to make a meal. Can you get Suna to make her a meal? What? No, I could totally make a meal. I just messed up today. And I'm cleaning up the soup now. Don't worry about it. It'll be done. Yeah, I'll call Suna.
I out of character, just how would what would be like the instinct from Raiko's end? Not like I know Ivan's sort of in control, but he's also like getting like flashes and little bits of like what Raiko is feeling at this moment in the actual memory.
You do feel like this sort of like warmth, this pride, and well, this sort of comfort. You're happy that these, despite your injury, that these two people are in high spirits and still acting the way they normally do, like brothers. You are very just despite your injury, you find yourself more,
calm,
concerned with their well-being than yours.
Yeah, I do think Ivan would can I just roll something to see if Ivan can start putting the pieces together? Since he has done extensive research into spirit liners.
Yeah, I'll say roll me an intelligence check with straight roll. Normally it would be disadvantage, but you do know about ghost liners. But yeah, the disadvantage would come from just the fact it's a dream. But yeah, roll me a straight intelligence check.
I'm pressing the thing. Why did it not work? 19!
Yeah! Alright, so yeah, you do very much you realize that, yeah, you kind of put the pieces together, and it's still kind of hard to reconcile in your head, but you do, at the very least, become lucid of the fact that you're sharing the memories of your servant. This is not just a dream or a vague simulation of these people. This is a scene that's actually happened in the past.
I think Ivan, knowing that, would like to get a little bit more context on the scenario he's in right at the moment. So he would definitely ask, after figuring that out, what exactly happened that put me in this state?
Oh shit, she's got amnesia. Well, you got hit pretty bad by one of the demons that we were hunting. We were out on an expedition last night. You got pierced by some sort of Oni spear, and we retreated as fast as possible. I know you would have wanted us to finish the fight, Mom, but we can't lose you. We can't afford to lose you. I don't know what... Well, you don't have to think about that, because we're not going to lose you. You'll be fine.
Just sort of nods. And it's just like, okay, I have no idea what's going on. I'm just going to go with internally, I'm just gonna go with whatever goes on from here, because I can no longer melt into a puddle and go find a corner to hide in.
And, you kind of see Tsukito Kintoki just kind of slack, his body kind of slack and say, "Right, I'll go get a meal ready for you, Mom. Just sit tight, alright?" And
that is still a mental flashback every time he hears it.
And Suatake kind of kneels down and says, "You still haven't taught that boy how to properly express himself, have you? He's worried about you just as all of us are. So just stay strong for us, alright?"
Would not, but not really want to try and say too much more because, well, he's missing a lot of context and he doesn't feel like interjecting in any way, in some way that could be a little bit,
Yeah,
out of place.
but you just kind of like, you sit staring at and like the bright morning sun, and Suatake sits with you, kind of in silence. You've always known him to be a amazing soldier, an amazing warrior, but not a man of many words and not a man of many opinions, but you do know him to be very conscientious, very caring, and he smiles at you and says, "You'll get through this like you always do. You're a survivor,
Yes,
just
I
like how you
nods.
taught us to be."
I fucking combined in the name Ivan with Ithraiko, and I got on Aiko. So yeah, Aiko nods.
And eventually, the dream doesn't end in any sort of like explosive sort of show of lucidity. Instead, it just kind of sort of fades away slowly as you sort of return to consciousness around the time we left off with a knock on the door. Sleeping a lot longer than you thought you would be.
I think one thing's for certain, he probably would have been asleep for a little longer after or the circumcision, but like very quickly woken up.
Yeah.
Very jerkily as well.
As yeah, you kind of like jerk awake. Archer will like kind of like notice and just sort of like use our hand to keep you more secure. And it's all right. You're okay. I could tell that you were having a disconcerting dream, Master, but you haven't been awake. You haven't been asleep for very long. How are you feeling?
Ivan just quickly turns to Archer and just says, You had some pretty good kids."
She
Awkwardly, just not
Yeah.
really knowing.
she kind of like looks at you with like a confused look, but she seems to like have reconciled it somehow and says, just kind of smiles and says, "Yes, my 4 retainers were quite like my sons. One of them very much was. And yes, they were very bright. I would not give anything in the world for anything other than their happiness."
Ivan, I think it's probably one of the few times she has seen him give a smile that's not either due to him I have a feeling Ivan doesn't smile particularly much. The few times she's seen him smile, is like when he's like either ranting about something that he's like passionate about, or just or something else. I think he in this scene, Ivan would just like sort of give her like a kind of bitter smile.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Jay, you kind of hear at the door. I told you this was the wrong door, Ryder. Ruler, Ryder. Fuck. I told you this was the wrong door,
What
ruler.
the fuck?
Yeah.
So yeah, look back.
I am
Ryder's
very
there.
confident in my ability to follow instructions, my master. I was not a conqueror for no reason. I know where things are. Well, clearly you don't, because they're not answering. They're clearly asleep, which they wouldn't be because I texted them that we were coming. Whatever, come on, find another door.
Jay kind of listening to this conversation. He rolls his eyes like, oh boy.
You do actually just hear footsteps as at very least Olga Marie is walking away.
Jay kind of slightly opens the door. If there was a chain for this door, Jay kind of slightly opens it up. Like, oh boy. Well, No, you guys weren't wrong. We were just waiting on you. We were watching. We were watching a movie at the time.
Kind of, you see Ruler sort of like manifest a sword and just like not even looking at Olga Marie, just like push it forward, grab like the collar of her like shirt and just like pull her back. Yes, quite.
She manifested a sword at me.
No, manifest a sword to grab Olga and pull back. pull her back from like walking away. And says, yes, my master and I have been eagerly waiting this meeting.
Alrighty. And put that away. Don't want people thinking there's maniac with katanas running around.
She just kind of like smiles and chuckles as she just like kind of like puts her hands up in like a shrug motion as you see the sword just like dissipate into thin air.
Oh boy. Alrighty. Jay Jay closes the door and then unlocks the locks and opens up the door. Alright, come in. We're almost done with all the booze.
What's it called? Ruler kind of like chuckles and says, what a fortuitous turn of events. We have brought more. As you see her kind of like, click her fingers as you see like some like sake like sort of like appear like in her hands.
I've never had sake before. I always wanted to try.
And give me a moment to grab Olga.
Oh,
There you are.
yeah, does that mean servants can go invisible with stuff they're carrying?
They cannot normally.
Oh.
Yeah, they have to like carry stuff by themselves. They can only manifest like their outfits and their weapons and stuff.
Yeah.
Dang. Also, looking over at friggin' Olga Wax, are you old enough to drink?
Yes, I'm old enough to drink. What, do you think I'm some sort of kid?
Yes.
Wouldn't put it past
marvelously
me.
stupid. Yes.
Like, what's it called? Olga Marie, kind of like her face very much just like, well, she's always scowling. But she says, for your information, I'm 26.
Okay, so
She's older
you're
than me.
older than. Okay, you're a year older. You're a couple years older than drinking age. Doesn't mean you're mature.
Leon doesn't really look that way because still focused on the thing. But like it tilts his head over to the side, and says, "Hey, trust me. If I was in your position, I would want to drink all the time."
And Anarchist, you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I hope it was worth it. I hope your servant's got a decent enough power boost.
Well, it was, but still, you had a little bit of a tumble.
Well, that's just the sacrifices a mage has to make sometimes. Anyways, that's not what we're here to talk about.
I mean, hey, if you want to know how strong the Ascension was, why didn't you come with us to Manhattan?
I assume that Marvin already told you what we were here to talk about.
Yeah.
Ruler kind of chuckles and says, "Oh, my dear pet, I am very sorry that your great ruler cannot accompany you, but this is a matter of utmost importance. It is important that we set up this territory, and I am sure someone as pragmatic as you should understand that."
Yeah.
Well, in any case, while you're getting ready to go off to the land of the rising sun, we shall discuss our strategies. Hopefully, Marvin's a little bit better shape.
He
18.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, if you rolled low, you just would still wake up. You just would really, really not want to get up.
God damn, I hate that. I know exactly what you mean, you bastard.
Leon was gonna say, you probably already know this, but he got laid the fuck out by some bloke in the Mage Association. He was not in any better shape than you were when we left you at the infirmary.
I heard that there was worse than me. Heard he got some teeth knocked out.
Oh yeah, there was this boxer mage of some sort. He did this weird 1,000 punch knockout punch shenaniganry, and Jay's trying to mimic how the Frig man's casted hypnotic pattern.
Yeah, you just kind of do. Yeah, you just do the a sort of boxing flourish. It's
Which Jay kind of knows a little bit of boxing.
Yeah. Olga Marie just kind of puts puts a hand on her chin and just thinks, I think I've heard of the Kagamine family in passing, but they're a bit too low level for me to really be interacting with. I don't say that to be a snob or anything, I just mean that we don't cross paths in terms of business.
He does.
Look, in Mage, if anything, you probably had a handicap. He already fought somebody else. He's probably...
And I didn't use all my weapons. The guy just cheated his way out.
It's a boxing match. What are you gonna do? Get a frig off stick and smack him upside the head?
Yes. Next time I see him, shoot him. If he wants to fight.
I mean...
If I see him, shoot him.
At that point, it's more like midweight boxer going against a heavyweight.
Looking healthy as ever, I see.
Yeah. Like, Caster just kind of like, snickers and says, more like a middleweight boxer going against a nuclear warhead.
Jay tries to not do his usual thing, but it's more like Jay kind of has the face of like, don't you start. Like, trying to keep a straight face.
And Ruler just kind of says, well, walks kind of like into the middle of the room, sits down on the table, like, the bottle of sake and a bunch of like cups that she also seems to manifest. The sake cups seem to be part of the spirit origin. But she just kind of says, well, if you have any questions or queries, now would be the time to ask them. We are getting ready to head out on our proper expeditions, after all.
Okay. Where exactly in Japan are you going?
Olga Marie just kind of seems to like puff out her chest a little bit, as says, as a matter of fact, it turns out that I just so happen to own an apartment block in Minato City, so that's where we're going to be headed.
Okay, Minato City. What prefecture is that?
What's it called? Looks over to, looks over to, Ruler, and just kind of like, Ruler just kind of shrugs and says, my country has changed a lot since my untimely death. However, I will say that it is in the heart of Tokyo. I know that much.
Okay.
It's a special ward, so not a particular... It's sort of its own thing, I would say.
Alrighty. So, not too far from Tokyo.
Olga kind of like says, not just close to Tokyo, it's right in the view of Tokyo Tower itself. It's a brilliant tourist spot that I spared no expense in achieving and getting. I was planning on going there on vacation eventually, but...
Why would you set up a base of operations in the middle of a public area?
Well, because the enemy masters are clearly going to be fighting in the middle of public areas. You're going to Manhattan!
Wouldn't it be smarter to, I don't know, be a little bit away from the city, so not to attract attention?
Need we remind you, we're still under the employment, I guess, of Katya, and they were kind of specific about keeping things on the down low, so to speak.
Ivan kind of pops up and says, sorry to really interrupt, but I from what I understand, that area might also have fairly good access to ley lines, which is also important in setting up a base.
Is Nathan quite remote, people?
Yeah, Nathan, you need to make yourself louder.
Okay, give me a second.
But,
is this better?
Yes. So,
Yeah.
Ivan, basically said, it also is a very good source of, just ley lines in general, and Ruler says, I would expect the one who looks most like a mage to understand the magical implications of such a base. Yes, we know that not only are they using their own servant, but they are utilizing rogue servant. Rogue servants who must gain their power from a ley line. Odds are we're going to find whatever rogue servant they try to send around there. Rogue servants can't exist a large amount of places from their ley line, except, of course, yours truly, since I was summoned specifically as the ruler class.
Okay. So, your mission is essentially scouting out Tokyo, see what rogue servant's gonna show up around there, being a source of magical output to charge their little battery.
Olga Marie just says, in layman's terms, yes. We're not stupid. Even though I might hate my father, I'm still a mage. I'm not going to be exposing the moonlit world to any old schmuck. We are just going to be scouting out the place, hopefully not seeing any sort of servants, but if we do, we'll call you.
Fucking hell, is that how I sounded just now? Go.
And, Olga says, that is actually why we're here. It turns out that my ruler has a noble phantasm that will allow us to communicate regardless of distance. Ruler kind of like smiles and says, yes, my third noble phantasm, Mao no Kago, fleeting pledge and a selfish whim. I shall induct a few of you into my court. I will be able to speak to you telepathically regardless of distance and see through your eyes. So, if any of you would like to volunteer for that position, I am willing to hear you out.
What are the towns?
Oh yeah, just
Uh,
Jericho. I just wanted to. Oh, sorry.
oh yeah, go on.
Oh no. That was certainly that sentence was certainly Japanese, and this is one of the things that Ivan has. What the fuck does it mean?
What's it called? That's a good question. I kind of know what it means. Let me see. Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah. I know
Yes,
Mao
okay.
means like fucking
Yeah.
demon lord.
Yeah, demon. The
yeah.
cage of the Demon King is what it is.
Ivan just like Ivan like sits there for a moment, like, and then looks back. It's like, why is it called Cage of the Demon King?
The what now?
Isn't it
Nobunaga.
because Nobunaga, the demon, wasn't that
The Demon King of the
basically-
Sixth Heaven.
I understand that was the title, but like, why is it called a cage? You just see he's like visibly.
goes with the epithet, and it's kind of cool.
Ruler kind of like flashes like an evil grin at you, Jay, and says, "Quite." And for your information, Marvin, a noble phantasm need not come with downsides. This will be only a boon to all of you, the only problem being that it has a limit of 7 people.
I meant
That
more.
would...
If-
oh yeah, go on.
We fall under your court. Does that have any other implications outside of being able to communicate with you?
A very conscientious person, I see. I can appreciate looking out for number 1. The truth is, no, it will not impose any sort of authority over you. However,
Insight check.
do keep in mind that I don't need that to assert power. I do possess command seals that are compatible with your servant.
No! Is he speaking the
Oh yeah,
truth?
no, she's speaking the truth. Like, you know, like she's proud of this fucking ability.
Okay,
That's
so
funny, damn.
a 20 and a nat 20. Yeah, she don't. Yeah, she there's nothing else nefarious about it aside from she can just
He has
talk
no
to us
reason
and
to lie.
spy on us.
I mean, I don't hold secret for the two of you, so you're looking through my eyes, I don't mind. Count me in.
I will assume all of your servants will be inducted as well. What's it called? Saber. Like, Casa just kind of shrugs, and Saber, kind of looks, like, stares into Ruler's eyes and just says, "If it's vital to the mission, very well." Ryder kind of puts his hand on his chin and says, "While this would be a great boon to us, I do still have some reservations about being inducted into anyone's court as a God King myself."
Oh, brother. Actually, Jay's gonna ask the most important question. Will we know when you're contacting us or looking through our senses?
Nobunaga kind of just like shrugs. Who's to know? I've only just manifested. I'm not entirely sure what effect it'll have on you.
Jay kind of doing the thinking pose, and as he's doing thinking pose, he is turning on telepathy. Okay. I'm somewhat agreeing with Ryder here. For as much as it's a shock to me as well. This does seem a little.
You're kind of losing it, Master, aren't you?
Yeah, but here's the thing. If she can see through our senses, who's to say she can't just pop in and snoop whenever if worse comes to worse?
Very similarly, Marvin, you get a telepathic message from Kleos who says, "Master, whatever you think I will go through with, but I'm quite used to higher beings seeing through my eyes and influencing me, and if I have the chance to be manifested as an independent heroic spirit outside of the Age of Gods, I'd prefer to keep that independence."
You do realize we have cell phones, right?
Somebody finally said it.
Yeah. Marvin reacts back to Cleos like, "I wanted to talk about you, about similar things later, but if you are unwilling, then I won't disrespect your preferences." So yeah, then Katya says, "So you do realize you have cell phones, right?" And you see on Marvin's face, he doesn't even want to hide it. Like, oh, you don't want to know about that one.
Olga Maria's like, "Oh, yeah, that's actually perfectly true." Kind of walks up to you, Katya, and says, "All right, give me your phone number."
Alright.
You do realize international signals don't always.
I hope
You know.
As
you know.
you,
Oh, this thing is paid for by Katya. I'm fine.
Well, no, I think the problem here is Olga's own phone. Like.
as you see,
Go ahead.
yeah, like as you say that, Katya, you see her try to unlock her phone, and it's clearly like prompted her to like put like a pattern password on it, and she just
boy.
like she does it like 5 times. Locked out?
Oh no.
You are my phone! You will listen to my commands!
Next time, do facial recognition.
Ivan like looks at this with like slight concern. He's not amazing with phones, but
Hold
but he knows.
Let me see it real quick. What kind of phone is it?
I'll say it's a Samsung because she's not insane.
Okay, Samsung phone. Okay, let me see this real quick. And Jay, he goes into his book bag. He gets out his computer, gets out his hacking tools, because I bought hacking tools.
Yeah.
before. I'm a jailbreaker phone.
Oh shit!
I have actually jailbroke a phone. I have jailbroke a phone before.
Fuck. Alright, roll me. You're proficient with Arcana, so let's roll an Arcana. This would be technically a technology check, but you know you're definitely proficient with technology. So yeah, roll me an Arcana.
With the tools, would that give me advantagio?
Yes, it would. Yes.
Okay.
Yippee!
Alright, give me like 2 minutes. Let me see your phone's charger real quick. Let's see. The Nat friggin' 20.
Jesus.
Oh shit!
Yeah. You.
But
That was a
I
nat
keep track
19
of
and a nat
things.
20.
Yeah.
You know-
I was gonna say that what's it called? It would take like maybe like 5 or 10 minutes, but with a nat 20, I will say you literally just takes you 2 minutes. What were you gonna say, 40?
I was gonna say, if it was playing like Crystal Punk, that would be a technology check.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, yeah, with Nat 20, could I be sneaky and put a tracking software in there?
You know what? Yeah, I'll say you can sneak a tracking software onto it, and you pass it back to Olga Marie and says, "Oh, I still can't unlock the phone though."
0000.
No, specific. It's a pattern password. You know, the ones that you have to like slide
It's a
lines
pattern
around.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
3
clearly
across,
prompted her to
3
do it.
3 across, 3 down.
She does that, and like, oh, well, there you go. All right, now give me your phone number.
Alright, here you go.
And
But
she types it in. Oh yeah.
Did Oka ever react to my message?
What's it called? I will say that she never reacted telepathically. She kind of gives but when you did that, she just kind of gave you like a sort of like eyebrow raise. Like she acknowledged it, but it's more like a, of course I'm doing fine, Leave me alone.
Don't call me kid.
Yeah. But that basically also gave you all the information you needed to know. She's back to her old self. So she's doing all right. But yeah, so Olga Marie says, "All right, I'm gonna call your phone now in order to test if it works." You watch as she blocks you on her phone. Did it work?
Hold up. Let
Nope.
me see.
You. Hey, Ruler, do you know how to use a phone by any chance?
Why would I know how to use a phone?
Okay,
You're
I'm giving.
a servant.
Doesn't the Grail
Okay.
give you like modern knowledge or something like that?
Saber kind of says, well, no, I guess it would be Caster who says, the Grail gives us need to know knowledge and context, so we're not culture shocked. It also lets us have knowledge to the point where we don't, we're able to blend in superficially. However, the Grail only gives us the absolute bare essentials. I can probably figure out how to use a phone, but no, that's not an innate thing for us.
Ivan's also Ivan also brings up also it's kind of been a noted thing that that's been in a few books that for some reason every single time a serpent has been summoned, there's never a language barrier because they're for some reason provided with everything, all the languages they need. You just see this look on his face, it's just it was a point of interest for him, but at the same time he's also why is that in particular an issue?
Jay being S6, doing S6 shenaniganry, will be like, okay, I'll give you a crash course of how to use a cell phone. You see this You see the red button that looks like the cross sign? The don't cross sign that you see on the street?
What's
That-
it? What are you talking about?
That blocks contact, so they can't call you.
Okay.
You see? Click that again.
Why would you
to
need
unlock.
that? These devices are meant for calling.
Sometimes you don't want to call specific people. Also,
But if
That-
those, why would you need to block incoming calls? If they don't know your number, they can't call you.
there are certain individuals can call you at random spam calls. If you get a call from someone
Okay.
asking random questions that you don't know, okay, rule of thumb, if it's not any of our numbers, don't answer the phone.
Okay.
You know what would be funny if that exact moment that she mentioned, why would you need to get called like by somebody who doesn't know my number? Imagine just getting a spam call in that exact moment.
Mhm. Like, Caster just kind of like speaks up and says, so Jay, I think that maybe we're wasting a little bit of time. I think we know the answer to Katya's question now. We can move on.
Alright, alright,
So Nobunaga will kind of like, ask like, so who is willing to join my court? I am assuming all servants will put their hands up. Caster, Saber, and Archer put their hands up, but Kleos and Ryder don't. Well, fair enough.
Just telepathically, just like, are you sure this is a good idea, Saber?
Telepathically, Saber says, while I don't entirely trust Ruler, I do feel like their knowledge would be very useful in our endeavors, and, well, if your other clause in your contract comes up, we'll be able to use her to our advantage. And I do have a pretty good track record when it comes to people seeing through my eyes and telling me what to do. I had a mentor who would do that quite a bit, and it worked out quite well.
Okay,
So that's
question.
telepathically, of course.
I won't question it then. Go ahead.
Ruler,
Yes.
there's no way you can just do this as a master and not the servant, correct?
Wait, say that again?
There's no way you can just do this for the master and not include their servant, right?
Nobunaga just kind of says, well, no. This is an individual court assignment. If you are inducted into my court, they will not see. I will not be able, but your servant does not. There is no way I can see through your servant's eyes.
So yeah, then Marvin does through the telepathic line say to Clears, would that be acceptable for you? If not, be honest about it.
Kleos will nod his head.
Okay, question. If you use your contact and abilities, will it still work in spirit form?
Yes, of course.
Jay's kind of being like I don't know.
I'm fine with you adding me to your court as long as you don't force Kleos.
Ryder?
Gives me a bit more time to talk with you, right, kiddo? As Marvin hangs his arm around Olga.
Stop Stop talking down to me.
Invasion of
This
personal
isn't
space
talking
much?
down.
Kind of like slaps your arm. Not really off. She doesn't have the strength to do that. But you know.
Ryder, what do you think?
I have my dignity as a god king, master. With all due respect, I cannot allow myself to lose face in this way.
If you're sure. Just saying, there seems to be quite a lot of benefits of accepting this offer. But much
If-
like everybody else, I can't really force you to accept anything. Or deny anything, I guess. It's really on you at the end of the day.
If you wish to take this boon, go right ahead. I just cannot abide by the concept of being in the service of another.
Well, ain't that a kick in the nuts? He kind of like smirks a little bit at Ryder when he says that. What's it called? He looks over at Ruler, and you know, obviously Leon himself, you know, he does have like this conflicting expression a little bit as he considers the offer, because he's technically already in the service of another mad woman. So,
You
Like,
want
I
two mad
feel-
women.
Yeah, like I feel like one thought that goes through your mind is like, Sarai would give so much to be able to just see through your eyes.
like, what's it called? He is thinking about it for a moment. You know, Ruler's probably like, I don't know if Ruler looks Leon's ways, like she's probably going to be like, but then Leon, and then Leon is like, well, as cool as that would be, I also personally already have a devil looking over my shoulder, metaphorically speaking. Having another one is going to be a little bit harsh, no offense. And also, Wookie just had a bit of an accident. What's it called? Leon is just gonna say, can we get back to you on this one at a later date?
It has to be right
Leon
now.
spaces out.
There's no way I can induct you without you being right here. That being said, I am not at all going to force anyone's hand. This works up to 7 people, but does not require 7 people.
Okay.
If you wish to deny this boon that I am offering, I cannot make you accept it.
Like, just remind me, who has all like agreed to the thing?
I'll type them out. So we have Caster, Saber, Archer, and Marvin so far.
Jay kind of gets the little brain blast in his head after, well, back when he was in college and remembering the story of Casta, and he's like, oh no, that's why he was up for it. And Jay's gonna use his telepathy again. It's like, oh yeah, I almost forgot the terms of how you I almost forgot the terms of how you keep your power. You can't really say no to women.
Caster gives you
One way
like
to put
Caster gives you a look of just like not like anger. He's just like a really like embarrassed, sort of like, oh man,
Yeah.
you really have to bring that up.
Look, I'm sorry. Well, I am sorry. I'm sorry. I knew a little bit about your history and how your powers, how you got your strength and what, the terms and conditions of how your abilities worked.
Listen, Jay, the less said about that weakness, the better.
I'm not spilling the beans on your shenaniganry. All right. Okay, so now she can listen in on spirit form. So if we want it to be a little bit more sneaky, she could still listen in. Now, she has also said you don't have to accept it. Loophole, you don't have to she has given you permission to not accept.
Sadly, that's not how it works.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, I already put my hand up. It would be a bit awkward to put it back down. You can tell that not only does he have like that conceptual weakness, he's also obviously just in general his personality makes it so that he just finds it awkward to say no to women. Like it's just like a bit like.
Okay. Well, in any case, since you already accepted, I'll try negotiations after this. Is that cool?
Sure.
Leon was just like he's just gonna been thinking about this for a bit and says, you know, I'm almost tempted to have you sign a guías to swear that you're not going to fuck us over. Not that I don't trust you, because you don't seem to be the type to lie about this type of things. But, well, you can never be too certain. I'll tell you what, Ruler. I will say yes, for me, on my behalf at the very least. I'm not gonna do any deals on Ryder's behalves. I'm looking out for you, man. He looks over at the Ryder.
Ryder kind of has his like arms crossed, like he doesn't really like, he just kind of like nods as if like, like I expected you to, so good.
He looks back and says, so as long as you can promise us that you're not going to use this to fuck us over, then I will see. Well, I accept this boon, as you call it, that you're offering.
As long as you make no moves to go against your initial goal of stopping this Holy Grail war, I have no reason to go against you. I am a ruler, though. Don't forget that.
Hey,
hard to forget.
If, say, we ever end up in a situation where your entire court gets threatened, would you be willing to aid us with one of your command seals?
Of course. Expanding one of my command seals is but a trifle. I do have a lot of them, considering the amount of servants in this current war. Just say the word, and I will be able to use it at my discretion. Command seals do not have a range, after all.
I've been like hearing that. I've been hearing that just like nods, but then he looks down at his hand, which is also missing one of the command seals. It's like he doesn't like say anything. He doesn't like try to bring attention to it. He's just like, "All right, I used one of those."
Speaking about this, Ruler, you said that as long as we focus on ending the Holy Grail War, you will not move against us, right?
That is what I just said, yes.
But the Grail won't go away on its own, will it?
No, it will
yes,
not.
it can.
We're not entirely sure. I have a feeling that it'll be a lot more complicated than that. Do remember that the Grail system was purportedly created by a brand new group of people and does not follow the original Fuyuki system. I'm not entirely sure how it works myself. That is what I am going to try to find out, and what I hope you will try to find out as well. I will need your help in the coming few weeks in order to, hopefully, once everything is said and done, dismantle the Grail and restore human order.
Alright.
Ivan like paces for a bit and just says, I probably could help. I just don't know. I don't have the schematics for this magecraft, so it's going to be way more difficult than anticipated to even think about tearing it apart.
That is exactly what you need to make sure you find out before you put to death any of the unwitting enemy masters. They are sure to have schematics. They, as I recall in the briefing I was given, said that each of the 7 masters in this war helped contribute to the creation of the Grail in some way, shape, or form. Surely, at least one of them will have the schematics.
That is very fair. You just see like the look on his face is just like you know, like that look, that like classic anime look where it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
and it's like, yeah, that's Ivan.
Yeah. You already seem like the types to talk and investigate before you go straight into action. So I believe I do not have to tell you this. But getting as much information on the Grail system as possible is of the utmost importance. Consider that your decree from ruler.
Of course, but what if we're forced to act? What if we're forced to do something with the Grail before it becomes an accident?
I shall see through your eyes and experience the world as you do. If you have a good enough reason, I will know. So, worry not. I am not sure what you know of my methods, but while I am the fearsome demon king to my enemies, showing no mercy, I am very magnanimous with those in my court. I would not show disrespect to any one of you, and if you were to make a mistake, I am not so quick to punish you by death.
Hula would clearly see Marvin think a lot, but not speak up.
Mm-hmm.
Which tracks with your record, ruler? Let's see.
Now, is there anyone else who will step up to join my court? Kind of like looking over to like Katya, who's just kind of been sitting there, kind of saying, "You've not opened your mouth much. Are you deep in thought, or are you content to have your saber take the lead?"
I'm content with Saber taking the lead.
Very well.
As of course, if we're going to be operating together, then there will be much point in both of us being part of a court.
I at least have 2 more questions for you.
Of course.
Whatever we telepathically speak to you will not automatically get hit by anyone, correct?
Nope. Consider it as several closed links between each of you. This will be a personal connection to me, but not a personal connection to each other.
Could you promise to keep things secret, if not absolutely necessary?
She gives you a grin. The secret of one, eh? I would love to ask you why you think that keeping secrets from your teammates in this endeavor would ever at all be necessary. But since
That
it amuses
comes
me,
down to my second point.
since it amuses me, I shall give you my word that I will not disclose anything of your thoughts and communications with me to anyone else.
Man, that comes to my second point. Because I've seen it way too often. As people around Marvin would see him for a second, look really discerned and sad before quickly catching himself and look back normal. What happens if people in your court would attack others in your court?
Infighting is but a inevitable byproduct of war, and sometimes morale can break down. I do not believe I will choose sides. It is my duty as a ruler to stay as unanimous as possible. However, I also believe that as a ruler, my job is to officiate the wars, not get in the way of them. If your actions seem to jeopardize the goal that we are working towards, I will put a stop to you. But whatever you choose to do with each other is none of my concern. But I'm sure that will not come to pass. You all seem like such joyful companions. That being said, I suppose you can be betrayed by the ones that you least expect.
Okay. I have a follow-up question with your ability.
Very well.
If you can see through our eyes and communicate to us, does that also go in reverse?
You will be able to communicate back, though seeing through my eyes will be beyond even a servant's capability.
Okay.
Ivan would just like sort of walk around over here and just like sort of like raise his hand and just say, could I please make a request if I do decide to agree to the terms?
It depends on the request. Speak up, my timid mage.
Ivan like sort of sinks in further. It's just like he doesn't want to like say it out loud. Is the thing. Like he's like definitely like requesting like to say it in like a more or like private manner rather than.
Do you have the message cantrip?
No, I do not.
Well, you kind of can't. You kind of can't say it discreetly.
Ivan just like awkwardly steps up.
Yeah.
He was just like he would just like try and whisper, or like hand over the thing, just like, and I'm just gonna have.
Yeah, go ahead, whisper it to me. I will say no. Unless you're like, you can make an active perception check, but passive perception won't be able to detect this.
Any advantage?
Nope.
Because
Actually,
then-
disadvantage because Ruler is helping Ivan conceal it.
I was like, because standing literally beside it.
Mm-hmm. Damn. All right.
Advantage would have mattered.
It would have, yeah. Right, Nathan, you typing it up?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, Marvin would speak up to others after Nathan
Yeah.
is done. Would speak up to others. Sorry if my question seemed a bit unethical. I'm just used that when you work in a group, your back can be a target.
Caster will, like shrug and say, "Yeah, I get it. Betrayal's a whole thing for us heroes." Red King says to Saber, who shoots a glare back at him, and Nobunaga will nod at your request, Ivan, and just kind of say, "Very well. Now, I believe that this will now commence the induction of the court of the Demon King. Rejoice! For your names will be used to spread my fear and influence throughout this known world.
Do we have to do a
inducted.
tea ceremony?
Be inducted. Now, under the flames and cage of the Demon King, Mao no Kago! As, I will post what the Noble Phantasm does, if I can find her fucking sheet.
Yeah, Jay was being sarcastic. It was like, no tea ceremony or knighting or what have you.
She cast end level explosion in the middle of
Yes,
the
everyone's fucking dead. Power word kill.
Yeah, power will kill. Also, you can shift double click or token to find a sheet.
Yeah, I will tell you, the problem was that her sheet was open, it was just minimized, and it was just blending into
damn.
the background. I did find it. So, remind me again, Leon did say yes to this, right?
Leon did say yes, so long as no shenaniganery would happen.
Yeah. So, to these individuals, Mao no Kago, fleeting pledge on a selfish whim. That is to GM. Fuck. Hold on. There we go.
Whatever.
By expending their action and bonus action, Oda Nobunaga performs a rambunctious speech and inducts up to 7 creatures into their court. For the next 7 days, she can see through the creatures' eyes and speak to them telepathically regardless of distance. During those times, those creatures have a +5 to initiative rolls, as well as saving throws against effects that affect more than one creature.
So,
Holy
Damn.
shit!
so if we get hit by, say, a fireball or a lightning bolt, we have +5 to the saving throw?
Yes.
Pretty legit.
Would I anywhere? There's the initiative modifier.
Yeah.
Logistically, Jay wouldn't agree to this because he don't want Olga Marie or friggin' Oda trying to sneak info between peoples, cause tactician, also clever tactician.
Yeah.
War games, but on the other hand, in character, +5 to saving throws is very helpful for someone who got zapped by lightning
Pretty legit.
twice.
Yeah.
I guess Leon would feel like the the surge of power, I guess.
I'll say that like what it feels like is like a fire's been lit in like your rib cage. Not like a painful fire, but very much just like your body feels hot, not uncomfortably so, but yeah, that's what it feels like. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Leon kinda, he's still working on the fucking thing, like even as the conversation was happening.
Yeah.
And he feels like the like sensation. He's like, well, that was interesting. Kinda almost feels like when Ryder does his own speech at the start of battle.
Ryder says,
So-
"Watch it, Master. There is no way that can compare to my speeches."
Nothing can compare to your speeches, Ryder.
I am aware. Were you gonna
Wait,
say
was
something
that
about
sarcasm?
Since I've probably drank like quite a bit at this point, I just like look around to Marine, just like, so Marine, who are you planning on backstabbing first?
Oh lord.
Listen, like I said, no one. I'm just always cautious my back. I've seen it too many times and I'm always prepared for it. It's why I have such little friend group.
Ivan's actually gonna like.
Oh,
look
glad
at,
to know we're not part of your friend group.
Takes another drink.
Yeah, shots fired.
Yeah.
I'm really hurt, you know.
Shots fired and Bro's only got 7 HP.
Yeah,
Looks
so
like-
what is vicious mockery? Say, charisma.
Yeah.
2d4 for me.
Looks like looks like drunk Katya is a little bit more honest than usual. Brutally so.
Ivan would
Saber
like.
just kind of like shoots like Katya like a look like, I approve.
Ivan would actually like hold up a finger. It's just like. Also, you mentioned trying to get as much info out of the Grail War and stuff.
Move closer to your mic.
No, I'm just I'm just gonna speak a little louder as Ivan.
Yeah, that's fine.
You mentioned that you wanted us to figure out information about the Grail and Grail Wars, etc. I think there was a mention that, from Marvin's teacher, caretaker, Miss Bazette. She Miss McRemitz. He would just like correct, just awkwardly like stuttering, just.
Yeah.
We were told about a person who knew about Grail Wars apart from her, known as Lord El Malloy II. He just like tilts his head and is like, "Do you happen to know them, perhaps, Miss Olga? Seeing as you have
Miss.
ties into the clock tower."
I don't know why I was gonna call her Miss. Olga Marie turns to you, and once again, like kind of chest puffing out, like, of course I know each and every Lord of the Clock Tower personally. Some more than others, but yes, I know Lord Elmalloy II personally. He's a bit of a interesting man. If you want, I can get you in contact with him, but
that would be ideal.
Well, I'll see if I can send you his phone number.
Inside check. Does she actually know? Is it like a I know him, or yeah, she works with him, he doesn't know her?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll inside check too, just because I know that she is second fiddle to what's it called, to Kirsky. So
Yeah.
Jay takes the ladder.
Damn.
Can Ivan also like do one, but not just less so like less so like, oh yeah, it's just sort of like to figure out if she's like she like, because she seemed to be struggling with the technology. If she knew his fucking contacts, I was like thinking like, does she even know his phone number internally?
Yeah. Go ahead, roll that insight. With that 14, Katya, you can actually tell that no, she does actually know this person. She speaks of them in a way that like, you know, she seems familiar with them. Jay, you don't fucking know. Leon, you don't fucking know.
Like Jay, he thinks, yeah, I've worked with a guy. This guy doesn't know who the frick she is.
What's it called? Olga Marie says, and don't worry about actually getting that phone number. I can get his assistant to help me send it your way.
Assistant? I've like tilts his head.
Right. She knows the assistant. She doesn't know the dude personally.
Oh, the dude. He saved my life once, so you know, we're in contact. We're just I know his sister more. Let's just say that. But
That's more yeah, Jay thinks in his head, that's more logical.
kind of like looks to Ivan and just kind of like raises an eyebrow, like, and you, why are you acting so confused that a mage has an assistant?
No, I'm. It's just that I was just like thinking for a second, and he's like, well, I understand why some mages have assistants, but like, I don't know. Ivan's just like standing there for a moment. Not many of the Krov. I guess it's a little bit unusual for my family, seeing as we usually don't have assistant apart from, I guess, the homunculi that we create. But even then, those are more so just caretakers, just to make sure that we're not starving ourselves while trying to get information.
To be fair, that does sound like an apt description of Grey. But Lord Elmaloy is very bad at keeping himself alive. But I suppose it's less of an assistant, more of an apprentice. That Lord seems to be very interested in picking up lost puppies and taking them in.
Okay, I definitely would not know this. Okay, out of character. I'm pulling this up because I think the characters who are here are Leon and Jay, who remember this. Fucking Grey is the name of the girl! I know it. Ivan doesn't.
Jay's like, wait! What? Wait a second.
Yeah, like, just like that. I imagine him doing like a spit take, like with his beer.
No, Jay's drinking the sake. He's not spitting on the sake, because that's rude.
Yeah.
That's how you get your head chopped off in feudal Japan.
Yeah.
Just painfully swallow it.
So yes. Jay's like, hold on. Say that name one more time.
Lord Elmaloy II?
No, the other name. The assistant.
Grey, what about her?
Jay goes into his notebook.
While Jay's going through the notebook, Leon just kind of looks over. He's like, yeah, I think I know what you're thinking, Jay.
We
Enough, the lookalike you were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
King her lookalike. She's a girl.
Oh boy,
Ivan.
no, it actually explained to Olga, huh?
Ivan looks over at
I just point at Saber.
Well,
Shush.
What about your servant?
okay. Well, let's not get
Never
into
mind.
let's not get into like complicated specifics. Basically, what happened? Kind of looking at Olga at this point, while still having his hands on the gauntlet. So what happened is that my benefactor, shall we say, kind of just appeared out of nowhere in the lobby of this hotel, accompanied by a young girl who we believe might be the same gray person that you speak of.
Olga Marie kind of like stares at you, Leon, for a bit, and then you just see her face like move into a smirk. Just you're you're one of Sarai's pets.
Well, that's probably how she words it.
Jay kind of has that same look, looking at Leon like
I guess it's more akin to a racehorse than a pet, but yes, I guess if that's how you want to word it. Yeah.
I am so sorry, but it also makes sense why you're in the Grail War. Sorry, no, I'm not. I don't mean to cause offense. I'm just. I've known a lot of them in the past.
Careful there.
They all died mysterious deaths.
Careful there. I'm trying to be as cordial as possible. I have a feeling that Sarai may have the ear of this Lord Elmeloy through his assistant, if that's the case. Because, well, as you seem to know a great deal about her already. As you probably know, then you know that she has, she's basically running a gambling circle around the Mage Association.
But yes, she's making heads or tails of all the factions. A lot of people claim that she's of the neutral faction, but she's not. She's of her own faction.
No.
She's been giving Lord Elmeloy the runaround for a good while now, but I've had the displeasure of hearing Elmeloy's sister vent about having to deal with that personality.
Dreadful, I imagine.
Aha, found it. So yeah. So, white, platinum hair, 5'6", shy, somewhat reserved demeanor.
Yep, that's Gray. She's actually a very outspoken and energetic girl once you convince her to look past the fact that she's scared of everyone and hates showing her face.
I imagine she's the soul. She's the soul of every party. I'm going to be honest with you. At first, I didn't already like the fact that Sarai was hanging out with her, because, well, she seemed like she got roped into something really bad. Now I doubly don't like this if, well, she's like an assistant to a very well-named Lord of the Clock Tower.
Well-named is sort of half true. Lord Elmeloy, there are multiple things that I would say you don't have to worry about. Number one, Gray is in perfectly safe hands. Lord Elmeloy is kind of a wimp, but he does pull through when the going gets tough, and he would never let anything come to the harm of his assistant. Number two, he's not influential in the slightest. None of the Clock Tower Lords actually seem to like him or care about him.
Well, and therein lies the problem. You see, Sarai goes after those who are at the fringes, shall we say. And if Lord Elmeloy is, one, not well liked, and two, kind of a wimp, as you said, which, you know, by the way, you know, this is a golden star on sharing your thoughts about another Lord of the Clock Tower. If he is, as you say, then that kind of explains why Sari went to contact this man, and his assistant. So, well, my guess is that either he is in on the betting pool, so to speak, or there might be something going on with that goes a little bit deeper, I guess. We have our theories, which we're not gonna share in full detail here, but they involve something akin to I don't know what everybody just said in passing about Gray looking exactly like our friend here, like kind of gesturing at Saber.
She kind of looks over at Saber. Saber looks over at her. Olga Marie like blinks and says, "I guess I kind of see it."
Jake's face palms.
No, I didn't get a close look at her face, but Jay over here did, and he confirmed that they do look pretty similar, almost a complete dead ringer for each other.
What's it called? Olga Marie kind of like walks over, like to just kind of like take like a much closer look at Saber's face, kind of like just like grabs Saber's cheeks to just kind of like, and Saber just kind of goes, "Please take your hands off of me."
Nobody in the Mage Society knows personal space, goddammit.
You say you. There is one, and he's right there.
He's like the opposite. He has the opposite problem. But Olga Marie just goes, "Yeah. I don't know. People look similar sometimes." Haven't you noticed? I'm not sure if you've been around the clock tower a bunch, but there are a lot of women who have this exact same face as one another.
Okay. A little bit of cordial advice. Don't go up into people's face touching them without their consent, because that's a good way to get decked in the face.
I'm not sure how things are wherever you're from, Olga, but I feel like where we're going, this is gonna be a pretty big deal.
Well, fine. I'll try to refrain from doing that. I guess nobody will really know my status anyways. We're trying to be discreet.
Well, Jay kind of recollects himself a little bit, and then realizes, wait, you're coming with us to New York? I thought you were going to Japan.
Oh no, I'm going to Japan.
Okay.
But I'll just try to not interact with anyone.
You'll like it there. Went there for a vacation a while back. It's a pretty cool place. Just don't get dragged into like city clubs, because well, that's sadly a very big deal with tourists.
And,
Ivan actually pauses for a moment, and then he like fishes around his pockets, and he pulls out a card, and he like checks it like a few times, and he's like, and then he walks up and actually holds it out to Olga, and he just says, "This is actually one of the business cards of a Krov family member in Japan. If you need any assistance."
Takes it and looks at it for a bit. I can't read this. Ruler. Kind of tosses it over to Ruler, who catches it effortlessly. I see. Well, it looks like we have our first destination. Speaking of which, all of you, I suggest you have a good night's rest.
Marvin sees this. It says in Dutch. I will just merely translate it, because no one speaks Dutch here.
Yeah.
Except for the servants.
Yeah, but I mean in Cole.
Yeah.
So Marvin says what only the servants should understand. Damn. What you mean you can't read it?
What's it called? So Nobunaga will kind of say, I suggest you all get some rest. Go forth and get on with your mission as soon as possible. We will be doing the same. We have a flight to catch in about, say 3 hours. Olga Marie just kind of like looks at her watch and says, "Oh, yeah, we should probably get going. Heathrow terminal. Yeah, it takes forever to get through. And we're gonna have to figure out some clothes for you too, Ruler.
I mean, she'd be fine with what she's wearing. She is from the same place.
I mean,
no one would bat an eye.
If
He's from the same Goku Jedi.
Yeah,
I
if we
don't
were
think-
like a couple of 100 years back, maybe. But I think nowadays people don't dress like that in Japan. Correct me if I'm wrong though.
Olga Marie sort of like starts to like shuffle, like sidestep around, like okay, Ruler, let's go. The buses are also really unreliable in this part of the city.
Good luck out
she,
there.
like,
Till next
I've
time.
been just like,
See you later.
call an Uber!
And call an Uber, he says to the person who couldn't unlock her own phone. Ruler kind of bows to everyone and says, apologies for cutting this so late. I would love to stay around and chat for longer, but I believe my master beckons.
Don't worry
It's been
about
a
it.
pleasure doing business with you.
Go
Keep
on
We just
then.
get a text 3 hours later, we missed our flight.
Yeah,
No
like
problem.
crying emoji.
No problem about it. But keep me up to date how it's going with you two over there.
Be
Of
sure
course.
to keep her safe.
I will, for sure. You have my undying word on that. As she turns into her spirit form and wisps away.
Okay,
Seeing
out of character.
Marvin also beginning to get tipsy. He turns to Katya. He's like, you really think I would backstab my own party? My comrades?
I mean, you're the one asking these questions.
Okay.
Yeah, but
That's
that's
some nice
hurtful,
drinks.
you know?
Okay, we had some decent drinks. Decent night. We are not going to trash the penthouse. That someone.
I don't want to fight. It hurts when someone thinks of you like that, you know?
You're the one saying that?
Okay. Look,
Yeah,
I think you
like
got.
if you expect it from everyone, it's less hurtful. But if you just think I am the one that wants to hurt everyone, that's hurtful.
I mean, you.
I'm just trying to do the best I can to help me and the people I care about.
Both of you hunt mages for a living.
Yes, but
okay.
that's different. You want to know the shit I've seen while hunting these mages?
I am a magi myself. I know what you've seen. I'll
okay, so
tell. I guess everybody, we can all agree that let's just sleep on this. We'll get back to these types of discussions of betrayal and alliances whenever we're all more rested. How's that sound?
Sounds good by me.
And,
Alright.
Right,
Before
Marie?
I do that, I need to speak to Jay and Caster for a bit.
okay.
wait, what?
By all means,
Wha-
pretend
what?
I'm not here. As he just gets back to work.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Marvin
I'll help
would
you later.
drag you along. And just this is because he's tipsy.
Freaking contested athletics, cause you freaking drunk and Jay ain't just gonna be dragged.
Well, he's not
around.
drunk, I'm tipsy. I would never go
Yes.
drunk.
Well, Jay's
you're
like,
going
oh
with
boy. I'll help you later, Leon.
I'll make Caster just like jokingly says, I'll make sure nothing weird happens in the bedroom.
Don't say it like that,
Well,
you nut.
Hey, that's what you get for bringing up my thing, Jay.
Wait.
Closes the door.
Anyway.
I think at this point Ivan would actually notice that Leon's actually working on something, and he would just like sort of look over inquisitively, not in any like sort of way. He's just kind of curious.
So yeah, Marvin would ask Jay and Caster, I need to ask you two for a favor.
Okay, depends on the favor and what is it.
You're not a woman, so I can deny you. Let's go ahead.
You can, but I could technically calm Bayset, you know?
Don't do that,
Hey,
man.
Hey, don't go trying to cheat with that nonsense, alright?
I knew of this weakness long before you knew.
I've been known about this, and also, that's not what I mean.
But anyway, what I wanted to ask you guys is I'm working on a project. Some runes I want to inscribe. And seeing that you, Caster, are the one true master of runes, trained by Skahat herself, I thought you could help me.
Yeah, you know, I'm game, but well, depends what Jay says.
Okay. What you need runes for?
Marvin, by the way, when Caster gave that answer, he tried whispering to himself, but it probably came out a bit louder.
Yeah,
Exactly the words I thought you were going to say. God, I know you.
Okay,
Hey,
what
don't
you
put
need?
Gaia. You're not my master. This one is.
Yeah, what you need runes for?
Well, I don't know if it's gonna take multiple runes or one big rune. Still working on it, but it's on reflective magic.
You do know runes kind of like overlap with each other when you make them like.
Yeah, well, depends. You have doesn't matter.
Look, I know a little bit about runes of protection and how they work to ward off some spirits or give good luck in battles and some.
You will hear Marvin in your head being like, "Oh, good job."
Hey, don't you patronize me, alright?
Sorry. Try to joke, to lighten the mood a bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's just reflective magic. You know that thing I used to do that activates when people harm me, they get harmed back?
Yeah.
It's
So you
something similar to that, but different. So that I can use it on top of each other.
So you want like a rune of protection, but a lot stronger.
Like I said, reflection. It doesn't protect me, it just deals damage back to them. I still take the damage, they do too.
Wouldn't that be like in reverse though?
Well,
Jay's basically talking to himself in his head, accidentally turned on the friggin' shenaniganry. And with how Jay's perspective of how he does his telepathy, where it's like he'll sometimes subconsciously flash like images and emotions and some shenaniganry. Caster sees the friggin' Norse and Gaelic runic alphabets passing through Jay's head that he was when he was in a history class, and he's gotten a decent drawing of some.
That's cool. So yeah, that's why I wanted to have Caster help me. But like I said, I knew Caster wouldn't go along with this without your consent.
So you want reflection runes to help do better in fight against whomever's coming against you.
Yes, and by obvious standards, these runes won't hurt you unless you hurt me. Which we both don't have reasons to, so it automatically doesn't hurt you.
So... Okay. Now, of course, there is always that hypotheticals that you have mentioned of folks betraying. I'm not saying you's betraying, I'm just...
I know, I don't feel offended directly. The chance is always that people betray. That's true. I always keep it in mind. Because the past been hard, man. Some people are not trustworthy. And I've been hurt way too many times because of it.
Like...
And you hear Marvin whisper, which you would be able to pick up. He doesn't hide it, but I think Caster will not. You will hear, even by my own family.
Like...
So, but anyway, that's why these runes don't matter. If you don't betray me, these runes won't hurt you because you don't hurt me. And I will not have any reason to betray you unless you stand in the way of me or Bezet.
Okay. So... essentially, you want a bit of a parlay if things were to happen with us helping you make
Listen,
rules.
if people would betray people, you know you can always rely on me. Especially with someone like Caster by your side. God, would I wish that I could summon the both of you.
Wait, like summon Jay?
No, but didn't want to say that out loud. I meant you
Like-
and Cleos. Due
Like,
to
I've-
well, you especially are the person I always looked up most, and Cleos the second.
Like... flattered you want to summon me, but I'm already spoken for.
I didn't mean you dingus.
I'm just
Why
I'm just yanking your
do
chain.
people keep assuming I'm gay?
I'm just yanking your chain, alright? Look, we're cool, and you want help, then let's say this mutual arrangement of we help you, you help us in turn.
I owe you one. That's for sure.
Man.
And for what it's worth, I never break my word.
Caster will kind of like nod and say, alright, well, whenever we get the extra time, I'll be down to help you inscribe that. But for now, get some sleep, you dingus.
I mean, Marvin tries to look at his watch, doesn't have a watch. Takes out his phone. How late is it?
I'd say that at this point it'll have gotten to 11 p.m.
Because I remember I only have 4 hours of sleep left. So Marvin would say, I just need to sleep 4 hours, then wake me up, or Cleos wake me up,
No, I'm going to have Cleos carry you because you're still suffering from a concussion. So get some sleep.
Don't worry, I will heal up. Within 4 hours, I should be fine.
Jesus,
Can wake
Murphy.
up, work on my runes.
Okay. Get some sleep, you knucklehead. You got your brains rattled by old dude. And also, it ain't cheating if both of y'alls were casting magic anyway.
No,
It's just
the
skill
reason
issue.
no,
Good night.
the reason it's cheating is because he
Ain't
make
not
me
listening.
Just leave it. Just leave it. That's
he make me incapable to fight. That's not something you're supposed to do in a fight. That's disrespectful.
He yells at the door.
Yells at the door.
Meanwhile, while Ivan and Leon are also discussing this sort of thing, Katya, you actually get a call on your burner phone.
From a number I recognize?
Yeah, it's Troy.
Oh, okay. I answer.
Hey, girl. Just a quick question.
Yeah?
Are you still in Bristol?
Yeah.
Ah.
Uh-oh. She
I heard from you in a while. I'm at a restaurant right now. It's very nice, but
Right. Look, it's been a long day. I'm sorry. We're in London.
In London. All right.
Wait, is that Troy on the phone?
Yep, that's Troy. We
Are there any private
abandoned
airfields?
him.
Are there any private airfields around the place? Can you check that for me? I can't just well ahead fly this jet into Heathrow.
Right. Let's see. We could drive out a bit out of London.
Yeah. I'll pick you all up. I guess you guys need some rest, don't you? How's I pick you up at 6 in the morning sound?
Yeah, you find yourself a place to sleep for tonight.
Well, that's
Like
gonna
a
be
great
great.
thing.
Hey, by the way, so a few things. Katya figured out live calls. So they'll be able to talk to you with actual input this time. I also went through the trouble of getting you all a hodgepodge little workshop in one of the jet compartments.
Oh,
So-
Leon's gonna be excited about that. Looking out to Leon, just doing everything on a dining table.
Yeah.
Katya, tell him London, Biggin Hill Airfield. It's couple miles north of London.
You catch that, Troy?
Yeah, let me type that in. London Biggin Hill Airfield. Got it. All right. I know where to go. But in the meantime, how have you been doing?
You cut out, I think?
Oh, okay, sorry.
How have you been doing?
Yeah, he says, how you been doing?
It's been alright. Well, no, it's been a tough day. It's been a horrible day. I had first a fight, then Clock Tower. So much
Ooh.
happened in a single day.
That's that's a problem, isn't it? Clock Tower. I'm not been there. Heard a lot of bad stuff about the people who work there.
Wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah. How's everyone else doing? Morale still high?
Morale's pretty high. Ryan's been a bit beat up, but otherwise, everyone's looking healthy.
Alright. Have you eaten?
Yes, I have.
Are you sure? There was a very big pause there.
I might have had something to drink as well.
Okay, well, that's fine then. Just remember that, you need to keep yourself fed. I know you keep forgetting, but, alright.
Right. Anyway, want me to pick something up from London?
Yeah, if you could get, like, one of those shirts that said, like, my friend went to London and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. I've been collecting all of those from all over the world. I'd love to get one from London.
Understood, gotcha.
Alright, well, in that case, I'll see you all in T-minus 7 hours. Get some rest, I'll finish up this meal I'm having, and I'll hopefully not run into any enemy servants.
Just hears Elaine marching in from the background.
Here's hoping.
Oh, hold on. Looks like someone's here to see me. Just keep in touch, alright? Keep me updated.
Will do. I'll call first thing in the morning.
Alright. Kind of, bangs up.
Hey, Leon. You're getting a workshop at, the plane? Good
Vorty,
talk.
your mic is muted.
So it was. Sorry. Hold on. Could you repeat that?
We got ourselves a workshop on the plane.
Leon looks back, and then looks back at the table, and he's like, "Well, now I
You can
just
take the
feel."
table if you want.
And how I feel, well, it's the hotel's property for one, so I'm not going to do that, but that's actually pretty good to know. I guess, does it come with a set of tools and stuff?
I can assume so. You can thank Troy for that. He's the
How
one
much
set
are we
all of
paying?
that up.
How much are we paying, Troy?
Nothing. He's on Claudia's paycheck. Just like
Well,
me.
Then tell Claudia to increase whatever payment we're giving him.
I'll try. I don't think Animus Sphere has much in terms of funding right now.
So much like
Well-
any other mage, they're broke. Alright. In that case, tell Troy, you're currently on the phone with Troy, right?
No, I just hang it up.
Damn. Whenever we get around to getting back to him, remind me to thank him a lot, because that's gonna make my life easier.
Well,
Will do. We'll be seeing them first thing in the morning at 6.
well, we're gonna have to go to Biggin Hill Airfield. It's about less than an hour. Should be fun. Gotta head up at 5.
Oh, but I'm gonna be sleep deprived.
That's what you get for drinking all the booze.
Had a little.
You went through 3 cans and a thing of sake. What you need a little?
Kind of looks down at, like, the empty cans on, like... Well, they were on the floor. Saber seems to have picked them up and, like, stacked them.
It's fine, Saber can drive me.
Okay.
Anyway,
Saber. Wear a helmet, cause how the cops don't know how the cops are in England, so.
Oh, right. I suppose I should, yes.
And when I say helmet, I don't mean the helm for your armor. I mean a bike helmet.
I mean, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference, surely.
Yeah, no. Friggin' Jay going into the friggin' duffel bag, pulling out a well, he doesn't pull out an actual knight helmet. It's one of those costume, because it's expensive.
Yeah.
Shit. So, between... oh, sure, there's no difference between this, and he has, like, the faux knight in shining armor helmet, and this, a biker helmet. Like, one of the biker helmets.
I love that Jay uses the fucking, like, mystic code duffel bag given to him by the government. Like, by the fucking shadow government as, like, a prop tool. To be fair, you would, wouldn't you? Like...
Yes, of course. I would obviously use that as a prop tool. Why wouldn't I? It's funny.
But, Saber just kind of asks, like, why do you have both of those on hand?
It's not... It's magic.
Raises an eyebrow.
Magecraft.
I'm back.
Whatever.
No, it's not whatever. They're different.
Sorry, I'm back now.
Yeah.
Hey, Ivan's rebooted.
Ivan would definitely have done structural grasping, but like Jericho, I'm gonna be very specific about this, just because like Ivan is trying to help. He's not like looking for faults to like exploit them. He's looking like where mana flow is like the weakest, so that he can reinforce it by improving upon it.
I would say it would generally be like at the seams, because obviously it's like a collapsible thing, so you would kind of necessarily need sort of like a bit of like structural leeway there, but there is room for like tightening it up.
Yeah, Jay comes back with his notebook that had the rough sketches of what he was working on alongside with that awesome 19. Okay. Like I said, I came back.
Yeah, Ivan's just like pointing out like the structural weak points where the mana's like not flowing well, and he would just say, so just there, and there, you're going to have to try and improve on those probably. He's not like trying to be condescending or anything. He's just like pointing out like places where it could definitely be like worked upon.
Yeah.
Oh, so what? Like, seam over here, and you see Jay kind of getting like the little sewing kit that Leon may have had.
Yeah.
And kind of like what Leon was seeing earlier, Jay kind of not knowing he's using reinforcement, kind of stitching this together.
Like, Ivan, you would notice that not only does Jay seem to be like almost intentionally using Magecraft, though it's clear that he doesn't know that he's doing it. It's also just like got like a very unusual amount of finesse to it. He's not like, you've seen people, or at the very least, what happens when like amateur mages fire off their magic circuits for the first time. It's usually either too much or too little, but Jay's not actually doing any sort of structural damage to this. It's actually pretty good. Like, it's not as refined as like an expert Mystic Codecrafter would do, but his body, he doesn't know the fundamentals. His body seems to instinctively understand the fundamentals.
I even like actually like his eyes like widen, and for a moment he's like damn. Like there's almost like a sense of recognition in there before he like focuses back on like doing the thing. Cause Jericho, you know the reason.
Yeah.
Like, what? I know I'm not the best with a needle and thread, but I think I'm doing an okay job.
Ivan like shakes his head and just says, "No, your prowess with Magecraft is actually surprisingly he's like trying not to like be insulting, but like he's failing multiple times. Like it's surprisingly really good, considering how you were very confused about all this prior. It's you have almost a connection in with it. It seems. I even go on to say you're a prodigy at it. He just says, it's like with almost like a sense of pride, but then you just like you see like this look in his eyes that's just like that's almost like, damn, and like he's like impressed, and like there's like almost this like rekindled sense of enjoyment for the art, if anything, before it just sort of fades. It is as he's like he just like looks back down his glove and then looks back at the Mystic Code.
But okay, as much as y'all's giving me this sort of credit of, oh, I'm magic prodigy, oh, I'm using mystic veins of, so what have you, like such and such, but I'm not doing anything much than just stitching clothes, which is interesting enough that you wanted it to fold in on itself, which not too hard with denim like this. But come on, you could have used like, if you want to do that, you could have used linen. But I get where you're coming from with denim. It's a little bit more durable.
But yeah, so I will say, Jay and Ivan, give me Constitution saving throws.
Alrighty.
Watch me roll a 5.
Leon
Never
is
mind.
working on this all night. You guys don't have to do it.
I'll say you guys don't have to do it, but since you're going to be leaving at 6 anyways, and I will say, you know, just when you do work like this, I feel like you kind of tend to get lost in it.
Most definitely Jay does get lost in it.
Yeah, Jay gets lost in it. Ivan, you know, he has a very he has a very large appreciation for this art, so he's happy to do this. Thankfully, you all pass because the DC is 10 right now. So no exhaustion, but you do get like, when the sunlight does start to like, well, actually no, I guess no, because it's winter now. The sun doesn't stream in at 6 a.m. yet, so.
With basically like with Jay, because he's with the army, he had like an army nap where he was like asleep for like maybe 20-30 seconds and then kind of woke up and then went back to it. Friggin' and he's actually surprisingly refreshed.
Hey Jericho, Ivan actually left his laptop over on this desk over here. Since Archer's been in that corner, I'm assuming she's just been playing Devil May Cry.
Yes, absolutely. She wants to like practice her skills to impress you.
Yeah.
And that's as much as I could do.
I think we made like 3 days worth of progress just on this sitting alone.
Wait, 3 days worth of progress? Huh. Neat. And
Like
surprisingly, no bloody thumbs. Saying that as Jay accidentally pricks his finger. Ow!
And
Ivan just like sort of stares for a moment at like the blood. It's just like, and he carefully like places his hand over it and then pulls out a fucking band-aid from his coat.
Yeah.
Like,
Look, it's fun. With Jay kind of basically somewhat sucking his thumb. I'm used to it at this point.
Jericho,
Yes.
seeing that I've been asleep for quite a while, would that mean that before we go I still have 3 hours to work on the rune?
I will say yes.
Yeah, seeing that people want to leave at 6 AM, you said?
Yeah.
Alright.
What's it called? And like, you know, to that that you say to Ryder, like Ryder kind of says back very like wistfully, just kind of, I suppose one can only hope. It would be nice, but we do have a mission to do, don't we, Master?
Still doing the mental league because he's trying to balance out 2 different conversations at the same time. Because
Yeah.
talking with Ivan and Jay, but also to like trying to like talk with with Ryder. And so his responses are a little bit more sporadic, but he does eventually like use the mental link to be like, well, considering we went out of our way to let Cleos appear in Greece, I don't see why don't we sometimes convince the group to take us around Egypt. Who knows? You may even get something good out of it. At least I think that's how these things work.
Well, I suppose we could raid my tomb to find some of my my mystic artifacts that I use in life.
Did he just say he was gonna grave rob himself?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he doesn't realize Napoleon beat him to it. Like,
Yeah, Napoleon beat him to it.
Imagine the curse of grave robbery works, and you get it by grave robbing yourself.
That sounds like might get us into trouble with the authorities, I'm pretty sure.
Well, that's fine. I am their king.
I don't think they'll take that explanation at face value. But I know what it's like to want to go look at your homeland one day. Don't worry, we'll think of something, I'm sure.
Well, do not push yourself to it, Master, but I would be greatly appreciative if you figured out some sort of way.
I'll add that to the notebook.
And meanwhile, Katya and Saber kind of enter, Saber enters the bedroom, closes the door behind her, and just kind of like, kind of standing at attention almost. Not quite, but like almost says, Yes, you wanted to speak with me, Master.
Alright, so... Ever since you've had your ascension, my magical circuits have been working on overdrive. I am barely keeping it together.
I apologize, Master. I believe that perhaps the strengthening may have had unintended consequences.
Indeed, which is why I'm gonna have to break out a bunch of my sacraments in order to, well, keep up with the mana expenditure. I believe a single ritual a day should be fine for now.
What do you mean by that, Master?
It's the same thing that I used to, Hero Marine earlier and so on. Aura Vitality.
I see. So, you intend to use this on me in order to heal me up without having to use any of your excess mana?
Indeed. I'm not sure if I'll be able to sustain using my excess mana.
Very well. In that case, I shall sit here patiently while you set up the ritual. She says as she kind of like walks into like the middle of the room and just kind of sits down, very like politely cross-legged, and kind of.
I take out. Oh, yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, go on.
I take out some chalk and holy water, and I begin just drawing a magic circle with chalk on like the expensive carpet.
Saber kind of like, are you quite sure that this is appropriate for this place we are in, Master?
Well, unfortunately, a certain somebody was meant to get us a cheaper place. And failed in that task, so it's not like we have much of an option.
Very well.
Ivan sneezes.
Yeah. as you started drawing that circle.
Yeah, and doing the ritual, everyone just from like the door just hears just me chanting in Latin, just Domine, quo et tu, sanctum, sana aniem tuam, sictum.
Leon,
Quatu Veratus Nictos. Jay actually knows a little bit of Latin, but he wants to see what he can pick up.
Leon just like looks over his shoulder for like a couple of seconds, and then looks back at the table, and he says, "Well, I've heard the expression 'take them to church,' but."
This is ridiculous. Jay kind of goes over. I'll be right back. Friggin' A. Jay.
In DC chat, I just Google translated.
Yeah.
I Google translated this into Latin.
Jay kind of picking up a little bit of that because he went to Catholic school and he knows a bit of Latin.
Yeah. I will say, if you try the door, it doesn't actually budge. Camera cuts back into the room. Saber's placed Excalibur against the door handle, so it just lock it.
Jay knocks on the door.
Leave them alone, Jay. I'm pretty sure they're busy.
By the way, I don't think Ivan would have turned around since he actually does hang around fucking in people from the church.
Yeah.
He's just like, yes.
Business as usual for you.
Yeah.
Look, at the very least, I don't want folks hearing we giving revival service over in the friggin' hotel room and us getting complaints and they charge us even more. Well, they'll charge Ivan even more, but what's that to him? He's friggin' Daddy Warbucks over here.
You do remember
Ivan
you do remember that we're in London, right, mate? There's all sorts of weirdos coming in and out of this place.
Ivan also mentions. Ivan also is really invested in working on the Mystic Code, so a lot of the social stuff that he was having issues with before, that's just kind of gone. He's just monotonously he just says, also, revival from the dead is actually impossible. Your soul just returns to the root.
Not that type of revival, you weirdo.
That is true magic.
Jay looking at what's over these two.
Brother.
But meanwhile, as you're as you do the ritual, the spirit, the circle does begin to glow, and you finish the circle. Saber, as you start to chant, you see Saber kind of she was at an upright sitting position, but you see her kind of lie down, sort of gracefully. As you Chan, you get the sense that she's strangely she seems very comfortable, almost at peace. It's not even she's used to this. It almost feels like this sort of environment, the lights closed, the dim glow only from the spiritual circle providing light. It almost seems like this is a thing that actively brings her a sort of peace. A sort of peace you haven't seen in her. she's kind of been on guard the entire time you've known her, but as she closes her eyes, you see her breathing kind of like slow as you realize that she's been like kind of like she has been like, you know, regulating her breathing the entire time. She's been in fight mode ever since you've summoned her, but this seems to kind of make her feel, yeah, like at peace. And
Okay.
Saber just kind of like inhales and exhales, and near the end of the ritual, like she says, "Oh, my apologies. It seems that I may have dozed off a little bit. My apologies, Master. I should be more careful about that in the future."
No, it's okay. We're safe here. I'm pretty sure.
Well, with 5 servants here, I should hope so. But yes, I believe the ritual worked quite well. I'm almost up to full strength. Are you sure you should be able to commit this type of magecraft every day? This seems like it. This sort of powerful spell seems like it should take a toll on your magic circuits even more so, should it not?
Correct me if I'm like out of character. Correct me if I'm wrong, but sacraments
Don't take up magecraft. Yeah, they don't use your circuits.
They don't use their circuits, they pull from the greater source. Usually the
Yeah.
ley line is nearby.
Yeah, so it's basically just taking mana from like the earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll provide that description. Like, it's not taking mana from me. Think of it as druidic magic.
You say that to the one person who's like actually in lore has like fucking druidic shit. Like,
Yeah. Like, she kind of like nods and says, "I see. I seem to recall Galahad talking about this and utilizing it at times. I believe this sort of magecraft was used to create my shield, actually."
Huh.
I do wonder what happened to the artifacts that were left behind after my untimely death.
Out of character, they are with the Blackmoors.
Yeah. But, Saber kind of like asks, stands up and like sits on the bed. Kind of asks, "Well, is that all you wanted to speak about, Master?"
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna collapse as
Of
I
course.
just face down into the bed and get ready to sleep.
She kind of like puts a cover over you, places like a hand on the back of your head, and says, "Sleep well, Master. I shall be on the couch waiting for you."
This is now my OTP.
As she walks away, takes the Excalibur off, and walks out the door, and walks up to as she's walking up to the couch because she EP. A manifested servant does actually require sleep. But as she passes Jay, she does like nod and say, we will clean it up in the morning."
Okay. Chanting the friggin' witching hour. Folks thinking we weird.
And Yeah, so as you all sort of, drift off to sleep, except you three who are just working on the thing and realize, oh fuck, it's like, I'd say like what happens is like, you're all working on it, and as 6 p.m. goes, like just like fucking like 3 like alarms go off at the same time, just all over the room, just like beep 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 beep.
No. Here's the thing. Because Jay has his friggin' military naps. Like, he took a second one,
Yeah,
which was like maybe like a minute or two. He woke up a little bit before his alarm, almost goes back to sleep. Crap. That's right. Wake up. Already.
And now Marvin and Katya, roll me wisdom saves.
Okay.
I do not
Well-
trust this. I
What?
don't trust this.
What the frig?
Katya, you're fine. You have a job to do, and you're gonna do it. You have to get there in time because you have no time to waste.
I need
Marvin,
to buy
you
my
don't-
boy Troy a t-shirt.
Yeah, Marvin, you don't want to get up. You don't want to get up. You really don't want to get up. Your
Can I
body,
have one of his?
your body is in pain. You are sinking into a luxurious bed, probably the best bed you've ever slept in your fucking life, considering how expensive this hotel room is.
I don't know. Most hotel rooms have a soft bed. I hate soft beds.
That's very fair. I've only gone to hotels with firm beds, I'll say, and I actually hate firm beds. But I guess roll me a D2.
That's which side of the bed you wake up in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is a firm bed, so it is actually like
Alright.
it's fucked you up real bad. You don't want to get up.
Cleos, can we get our good buddy? I have something to wake him up. And you see Jay has a speaker.
Cleo says, I don't believe that's necessary.
Oh
I'll
no.
go wake my master.
Drop the
Oh
base.
no. Nah. Well,
I mean,
This will
if it
help.
is anything close to the real life me, I will have 4 alarms.
so yeah, you got 4 alarms. Jay putting at 200. Not 200%. Well, actually, no. He doesn't want to get noise complaints from.
Yeah, this is sick.
Place-
You're in a hotel
You're
at 6 a.m., bro.
Jay goes into the duffel bag. He gets out really loud headphones. He puts the Bluetooth on. He cranks his phone all the way up and types in Revelry. So
And, as you as you all sort of get up, I'll say, like, of course there's no complications in making it to the airfield. Cleos basically just ends up like offering Marvin, like, hey, you want to just like ride on my back? Like, I'm fine with that.
Got to work on this. You
how does Marvin react to him hearing bugle calls at 6 in the morning, blasting his ears?
I mean, depends. First of all, I don't think Cleos would let you through.
I would say, yeah, Cleos wouldn't actually let you through.
Well, he'd actually put these on his head. This would wake him up.
Yeah. I would say Cleos is a lot more gentle. Like, he doesn't like to,
Fair enough.
yeah. But, so you all sort of make your way through. Katya, you manage to pick up, the shirt. I guess deduct like $5 off your money.
Also,
And,
Jericho,
Yes.
the things I wanted to buy, are they here yet?
I'll say that you'll get them. I'll say you have them, and I'll say you'll get them once you get to the plane.
Alright, that's fair.
Yeah. And as I'm gonna bring you all to the plane map. I'm going to show you all. I'm gonna let all of you like look one more time at the OG Saber token, never to be seen again.
Taking it for
Goodbye.
its time.
Okay.
The
Go ahead.
what were you saying?
No, it's just yeah, it's been a while since we've seen the plane map, but yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But yeah,
Been an
so
eternal wait.
what's it called? I will say, yeah. So you are all sort of like returned to, yeah. Like you board the plane. You see like your familiar sort of thing, and you see Troy kind of like wave you over, like, "Hey, what's up? We can't stay here for long. I'm not actually supposed to be here. I don't have a permit. The UK seems to be really obsessed with like the whole license thing. We have to go as fast as possible."
Okay then.
Right, go, go, go.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Also, yeah, they don't unless you want to expend some of your hit dice. Servants don't regain hit points on a long rest.
Well, I would then give up all my hit dice.
Go ahead, roll all of them.
Take your shit, Ryder.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did
I would've
Cassidy
had-
get hit?
would've had- oh my-
Oh, no, Cass was fine actually.
Okay.
Any bonuses on
Did
them?
Archer
or-
get hit?
What's it called? Wait, say that again?
Did Archer get hit?
Archer has like a bit of health missing, yeah. And also, to answer your question, Marine, no bonuses. It's just roll your hit dice.
Wait.
Right, 1, 2, 3.
Question. Does this count?
Hold on. Let me see. Give me a moment.
49.
49? Alright. That doesn't even get him to full health.
I know.
Yeah.
He's-
I will say, while I'll say Song of Rest does work, but you wouldn't have been able to do it because you were, spending all night helping Leon.
Okay. Fair enough.
like,
But I will say that I
interesting.
will say Song of Rest does work on him.
I don't know if by technicality we could give our hit dice to them and then let them roll their hit dice. But
I'll say no for the purposes of just
Alright.
just kind of not cheesing it, basically. But yeah.
Okay.
So you all expend your hit dice, and you all kind of make your way there. Troy kind of does show you Leon to like a sort of the cargo compartment. And he's like, it's probably gonna be a bit shaky while we're in the air, but once we even out and the turbulence is all fixed up, you should be able to work here. I've got you a bunch of different materials, a bunch of reference sheets for different types of structural compositions, and I've got you a few jewels. Not a lot though. Those are expensive.
Figured. Still, though, I appreciate the effort. Thank you a lot, Troy. And
Yeah, no problem.
I won't be using it now at the moment, however, because I need to rest. So, so I will, however, be making use of it in the nearby future.
Alright, no problem, no problem. Just doing my best to help all of you all. Because, this mission's important.
Troy. So, we got a game. Wait, did we tell Troy that we going to New York?
No.
Okay. Alrighty, so, Jay's gonna head up to the cockpit, and...
As he's, like, just kind of, like, flicking switches and, like, doing, like, diagnostics to check if, like, all the engines are running and stuff.
Okay, so, Troy, we're gonna be making a couple of stops.
Alright.
First,
Where are we going?
Fulton County Airport in Atlanta, Georgia. We have to pick up a few things in the city before we're going to New York.
Alright. Sure thing.
And,
So we're going to Manhattan. Alright. Yeah.
Also,
also,
continue.
when we get there, I at least know the clearance I at least know the clearance codes to land there. It's a private airfield that celebrities use in the city that they don't get harassed by paparazzi, so we should be fine.
Alright. So, I will ask you, first of all, Ivan, roll me an Arcana. Second of all, what are you doing in Georgia?
The plan I had. So I'd say, like, midway through the movie before Jay helped out Leon, Jay went online to order, frig off the weapons that we're gonna be picking up from a gun store he knows in Lawrenceville, Georgia.
Okay. So
Basically.
yeah, I'll say we don't need to roleplay that, but you go pick stuff up. Would you want to show people around, like, Georgia a little bit? Are there any places that you'd love to just, like, stop by, show Caster some stuff? Or
yeah.
are we doing all business?
So this is most of the business. However, since Troy does like collecting shirts from around the world, Jay goes to the Atlanta Underground Mall. He picks him up a shirt.
Yeah.
You were welcome to it. Picks him up a Welcome to Atlanta shirt.
I'll get you all a list of, like, the shirts that he has. By the way, I'll show that to you after the session. But yeah, all right.
Also, because I now have my stuff, Marvin would change, and as he come out, you would see him in a really fancy aquamarine suit.
Yeah.
That looks black on the inside,
Oh, okay.
as if they can be swapped out, one inside out. And he looks to put away his battle axe and medieval clothing.
Alrighty. Yeah. So here's some shenaniganry that we're gonna be going to the mobsters, the mages in New York, picked up some hardware that would be reasonable to pass off, and in a frig off case, Jay has
a Browning automatic rifle, fresh off the assembly line, and in another like shotgun case, in a little rifle case, he's got a Remington Sportsman shotgun.
Yeah. Would you have bought any like suit or dress for Katya? He's going to be joining with you on the operation.
I did already want to buy like a trench coat and everything.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
Like
if you
the
can
stuff I
find out what.
sent.
Jay
wait.
would
Oh yeah.
Jay would tell Katya about Frigoff Goodwill. What day was it again? You said it was 18th last time.
Yes, it was the 18th last. Actually, no, it would be the 20th now.
Okay.
So
20th.
Let me check. 20th is Wednesday.
Bingo! We going on Wednesday. So we got the discount. So this is something for friggin' Goodwill. They usually do like Frigoff special days for certain clothes, and I am glad we came on a Wednesday because that's when suits are 75% off if they have like yellow stickers on them. So Jay finds Katya a Frigoff trench coat for ridiculously cheaper price, and it's awesome looking. Like straight out of the movie.
Would I be able to hide my rifle underneath that?
So here's the thing. Your rifle. How good are you with machine guns?
Oh no, Katya's talking about like specifically her like the rifle that she uses.
Oh, her rifle.
The Lee Enfield, right?
Your Lee Enfield? Let's see. How tall is Katya?
1 meter 78.
1.78 meters.
5'11".
So you can feasibly do. Now, here's the thing. Do you want to shave off a little bit on the stock?
I'm not damaging my gun.
Hey, no, just. Okay, so if you don't want your, so the most it will do, because you're 5'11", the front sight might be poking out a little bit. Other than that, you should be fine. Just need to adjust the sling a little bit.
It'll be fine then.
Okay. So, Jay, in the back where the mage workshop is, he is going with a hacksaw from the friggin' bag. And
I love the idea of like Marvin working on like inscribing this rune with like expert like intricate magecraft, like, you know, like crafting, and it's just like just Jay next to him with like, you know, like his foot on the fucking gun with like a hacksaw, just
basically
Staring in horror.
like, here's the thing, friggin' Jay adjusts the sling on the Frigoff automatic rifle and shaves down the barrel. And for viewers at home, don't do this. This is Frigoff illegals. This is what gangsters used to do back in the day. Don't imitate. Don't do this in real life. So yeah, Jay saws off the barrel, shaves off the stock, and Jay does a functions check for the Browning and the shotgun. Basically, friggin' anyone in the back they'd see, just Jay dry fires once, then checks the barrel. sees everything's tip-top shape. Alrighty. So, Ivan, since you already good with shotguns,
Ivan sort of like is there something wrong with my Benelli? He pulls out the Benelli. I think one thing Jay would notice. This thing does not look manufactured by a normal it does not look like it's actually manufactured by Benelli or anything or any actual official manufacturer. It's fucking custom.
Here's the thing. For gangsters, this is too fancy of a custom job. Friggin' John Dillinger. Now, I won't lie, John Dillinger did customize a 1911 to essentially be a submachine gun. And even that's not to the level of custom as this. So this will do you just fine. It's a little bit shorter. Recoil's gonna kick you in the ass for sure. If you're not too careful.
Wait, is Jay offering Ivan a new gun?
He is offering him a friggin' whippet gun. So basically, a short barrel shotgun.
Ivan just kind of stares at it for a moment and says,
I feel like through his mind, it's am I cheating on Elaine's guns for this? Will she get mad?
Yes, but also Ivan sort of looks and he says, "There's actually a reason why I use a custom shotgun," and he pulls out one of the shells that he normally uses, and you would see it looks like a normal slug until you carefully look and there's a fucking glass vial of blood that's sealed in the top.
Seeing this, okay. So that's gonna raise some flags, because we not gonna say we made.
You do know that the Cascada family is literally
they are
a mage killer family.
Okay, so so we mages, but we gangster mages, all right.
They're mage. To clarify, they're mage killers. They specialize in killing mages. They're not necessarily mages themselves.
So here's the thing: we don't want to tip them off that we're all mages. We gangsters for right now. So this is just playing the part, and Jay takes his own knife, cuts a little bit into one of the shotgun shells. Cut shells, good for buckshot, real nasty. Better than buckshot, real nasty on peoples. Clyde Barrow definitely messed a few folks up with this nonsense. Can go through cinder blocks pretty decently.
Ivan pauses for a moment and just says, "Wouldn't it be better to maybe use me as a fake hostage or bargaining chip or something? Because I'm not going to lie to you." Ivan points at the at his coat.
His fit, yeah.
He's he points at his coat and says, "This is actually," and also then his eyes and then his hair. These are all kind of telltale signs of a Krov.
Okay, then.
You would be a good hostage. You are always anxious. No offense.
Okay. Okay, then. So you're gonna play our. Okay, so you'll play our decoy hostage for him, and you already puddle up in the blood. So, worst comes to worst, we could fake shoot you.
Ivan just looks slightly concerned, but then he thinks about it. It's why
what's it called? As you're making your way, across the air after you set off for Georgia, I'll say Marvin, I'll move you I guess onto the wing here as you're crafting.
I'm walking on the wing.
Yeah, you're just walking on the wing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, we getting the friggin' barrel gun when we get to Georgia.
I cast
We got a
flight
shotgun.
on myself.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
But as you kind of hear, everyone else here kind of just hears the beep beep as you see in the middle of the plane here, you see little black orbs on the corners of the room kind of shine like a blue light. The lights in here do actually dim as you see slowly loading up a slow loading JPEG on an old website. Yeah, it doesn't make a horrible noise or anything, but it does definitely make a noise. As you all see a blue holographic version of Kirshtaria Vodime. You kind of see him stare forward, look around. My apologies. Kind of points to Leon. Leon is there, yes.
He was kind of nodding off a little bit at this point.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, yeah, here. Oh, shit. Hello.
Hello. It's good to see you all again. And in one piece, too. I see that the alignment on this new technology has been working. How are you all doing?
Peachy.
Yeah, we're doing fine. Everything all right? How about you?
Jay kind of face palms, knowing the reference, God dang it.
I assume Cleos says something, right, to Marvin?
Yeah, Cleos will kind of telepathically say you might want to get up here, Master. One of the people from Chaldea's using the live call.
As Leon says, "How are you?" I just cough So we secured an alliance with Ruler. I believe we've already mentioned that, and they said they're going to be making a base of operations in Tokyo.
I see. So you sent off a ruler by yourself. Is there any way that you are going to keep track of her? Keep track of them, I'll say.
We have a reliable source keeping an eye on them.
Indeed. Ivan has his contact, I believe.
Ivan pulls out his phone.
Very well. I'll leave that up to your discretion then. I hear you're going to Manhattan, yes?
Indeed.
That's quite good then. I have an associate already there. A close friend of mine, actually. We trained together in Chaldea. We haven't seen each other in a while, but I'm sure you will get along with him great. Kind of, bows to all of you kind of and says, I apologize if their eccentric personality comes off as a bit difficult at first. You know how mages are.
Looks at Leon.
He just kind of raised an eyebrow. What were you gonna say, Marvin?
Yeah, Marvin would say, don't worry about it. We can handle a lot together.
Good.
And I presume God, what is it called in English?
Payment?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
a fancy. I sought for a fancier word, but yeah,
Yeah,
basically.
kind of. Yeah. He says, yes. I believe Troy has the authority to use one of the keys to open up your first payment of 11,000 US dollars each. Speak to him, and he will give that to you as soon as possible.
What
Or
was
transfer them if transfer them into your account if more appropriate.
Outside of character, what was the name again of the person who can give the seals?
Yeah,
No
Funny German lady.
funny German lady. Yeah, funny German lady.
Bless.
So yeah, Marvin, could you make sure that Nozomi made us at location?
Wait, say that again?
Could you make it happen so that Nozomi meets us at location?
A bit last minute.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You mean the co-director of Atlas? I believe she might be a bit. You kind of like see Kristaria like look off into like seemingly like the like side eye like something in the distance, a bit preoccupied at the moment.
Do we
But-
hear like crashing?
You don't hear any background noise, I will say.
God
But-
damn it.
You can kind of like see his eyes kind of like wince a little bit as he says, "The her attendance might not be quite guaranteed in the first day, but I'm sure that I will keep you updated on if she will be able to make an appearance. I will assume that you will be spending quite a few days in Manhattan instead of just one."
That's the plan.
Yeah. We're not sure how long that's gonna take. Probably a couple of days. Given a margin, probably anywhere between like 3-4 days. Probably.
Listen, Leo, never make a promise on how fast you can deliver.
It wasn't
You
a
don't
promise. That
know
was just
these
an
people.
estimate.
Never make an estimate on how fast you can deliver. Don't know these people.
I mean, hey, considering that the previous enemy master kind of just came to us instead of having to look for them, I have a feeling if we keep that track record going, this might be over quick, though, don't count on it. Speaking of, different factors, who is this person that you want us to meet, your contact?
Yes, he is a very reliable person, always working dutifully on the job. He is one of my most trusted comrades. You'll probably recognize him as soon as you see him. But his name is Sir Beryl Goot. He'll be able to get you a cheap accommodation as well. He knows the place.
That sounds like the name of a very upstanding citizen. Well, the...
Could I make a history check?
You can with disadvantage, and it's also a very high DC, I'd say. But you can try. You can try.
I think it will succeed, but always.
Yeah, you can't really pick that name out at
I
all.
know who
Actually,
he's talking about.
Katya, you do know who he's talking about. This kind of like spindly looking man, sort of like slight stubble on his chin, wears glasses, slicked back hair, usually very well dressed. You didn't interact with him much. You've seen him like around Kristaria quite a bit. He seems to be a bit jovial, a bit like sleazy, maybe. Very like he's the type of person to just laugh at everything, make a joke of everything. He doesn't seem too bad, except for one thing that you've noticed. Mash doesn't like him, which is a very strange thing because you
Mash
know
is
that
Mash.
Mash is Mash. Mash likes everyone. Mash gets along with. She knows the names of every single Kaldi employee, including like the mercenaries hired temporarily, including yourself. But she
Yeah.
doesn't seem to. She doesn't seem to like hate him, but there seems to be a thing of her actively avoiding him when they cross paths, which you've noticed, and that's a bit weird.
Hmm.
But other than that, he seems
Out of
fine.
character, I hate
Kristaria's
this
calling
fucker.
him. Kristaria's calling him like a close friend, so you know.
Out of character, I hate this fucker so
Would-
much.
Would Leon even know about this guy? Like, I don't...
I would say you wouldn't. Not really. Not at all.
Yeah, so... I guess I'm just gonna say, Leon kind of... You know, I've already established that Leon kind of looks up to Krishkaya.
Yeah.
So, you know, if he trusts him, then Leon trusts him implicitly.
Yeah.
And he...
Can Ivan do a history?
I would say it's still a very high DC, but I guess
Yeah,
you are
and-
based in Britain, so go ahead.
Oh wait,
Not
a
no, it's
disadvantage.
Still, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
No, wait.
normal roll.
What's it called?
History.
Okay. Actually, you've kind of heard his name. He's not really a guy who stands out. You know that, like, you've heard his name working with the Department of Botany at the Clock Tower. You've heard of his family is like not like they're not really big deals at all. Like they're not like, you know, particularly powerful. You do know that his family line is quite ancient. Though obviously that can only really get you that far.
Ivan just like, okay, this hurts me to say. Ivan just says, I guess he should be trustworthy enough. As a person, this hurts me physically to say
Yeah.
this.
Er is nicht good.
But thank you, Marvin. No, it's good. It's a good joke. That's why. But Kristaria will say, I hope everything goes well on your end. We're still trying to patch things up here, but if you can get results as fast as possible, I believe Marisbury Animosphere will be quite pleased.
Well, we'll see about that.
We'll do our best.
Marvin, Jay, Katya, Ivan, Leon, thank you for your work in preserving human order. As he sort of like shimmers, like you see him shimmer away, but the lights don't like the lights don't turn off. Actually, instead, you kind of like sort of hear like the sound of like wheels as kind of like flickering on. The small sickly girl you also saw who gave you all like cookies. Bash kind of you know, smiles and says sorry to intrude, but I just wanted to say good luck on everything, all of you. Your hard work will pay off. I believe in it. I'm certain that everything will turn out well in the end.
Don't say that. It's bad luck to say that.
Sorry.
job.
I'm sorry. But
It's okay.
Come on, Jericho.
I'll make sure to commit that to memory. But that's I just wanted to say good luck personally to all of you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
we appreciate the confidence. Thanks.
Thanks, Mash.
You're welcome, Miss Wasilewska.
Don't have to call me that.
After hearing that, Ivan suddenly becomes slightly self-conscious.
She kind of like says, and kind of, you all kind of like see her back turned to you, but you see her like kind of face Katya, and Katya, you read her lips, and you, what's it called? You can read this off of her lips. And she steps away, and the lights come back on, and the globes and the corners of the plane turn off.
I really was terrified you were going to put us in a mid-air battle.
You know, that was a plan in Fate Theory, actually. It was cool. Leon just kind of, like, after everything turns back to normal, he looks around and he says, well, it's good to know that we're not gonna be just, walking in blind out there in Manhattan.
Okay, out of character, do we even have permits to enter the American airspace?
Jay's given, like out of character. Jay has given, like a private airfield. So no,
and it's near a military base, so I can just use my own military, and also I have clearance to get in military bases. So we can.
No, I'm worried about us getting shot down, man.
I mean,
fucking air defense systems
still applies for the same, I think.
Yeah.
We're gonna get Kiritsugu'd.
Jay, look, you're lucky. Jay is a soldier, and he's picking a spot that he knows is a private airstrip that you're not gonna get hassled on. Because he knows the clearance and how to do it.
What's it called? Ryder kind of like looks over to you, Leon, and kind of like raises an eyebrow and says, "You seemed awfully nervous around that man. And not in the on guard sense, more in the I've seen that look when subjects gazed upon me before sense."
It's no, I mean, I've already kind of said it before. Well, you weren't there, I guess. That man, Chris Wadam, is a bit of a personal hero of mine. The man came from nothing and rose up on the ranks. Kind of like how I'm trying to do it.
I see. So a bit like my brother, then. Interesting. To see that that's the type of person you admire.
Well, you know...
it's a good look on you.
Kind of like looks confused a little bit. He still just settle to the side. Was that like genuine praise?
Like Ryder just kind of like chuckles and like looks up to the side and says, "Take it how you will."
He thinks for a moment and says, "I'll go with my first assumption."
And oh yeah, go on.
Well, basically, he was just kind of reiterating what he was saying earlier, of like, so we're gonna go meet this burial gut. I always thought it was pronounced gut. But
I think it is gut, but I refuse to pronounce it as just gut.
I mean,
I know he's not German, but like
I wanted to say you say it like German, and I was like, my basic German knows how to make a joke from this.
Yeah, like I am pretty sure it is gut, but I don't want to call him Barrel Gut the entire time. That feels bad. I know it's supposed to feel bad because he's a bad like dude, but like it's his last.
I know nothing about this dude.
Yeah.
That was cool. I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe he's different from his Naziverse counterpart.
Yeah, exactly.
What's it called? Leon will say, never heard of the man, but I guess hopefully he can help us out tracking down the other masters.
Hopefully.
And Marjin went back to the wing.
I'll say Saber was like out here, like she's not just like sitting in the back. But
You need
Saber,
alone time.
yeah, Saber will kind of like telepathically ask. Well, actually, no, not even telepathically. Like, kind of like ask, like, did that girl say something to you, Master?
I look at Leon. I'm just like, do I break his bubble or? Well, Mash doesn't trust that person.
Oh, well, what do you mean?
She's always been wary around him, and well, she never told me why.
But like, he's a trusted contact of Kriskaya.
And Mash is a good friend of mine.
Roll a persuasion check.
I've been.
Damn.
Oh my
you-
fucking Christ!
Yeah.
Are you sure? Like he's not to be trusted.
Ivan like ponders it for a moment and says, as to Katya, it has. How? I haven't known her for particularly long, but how is, like, do you think Mash's judgment could be trusted, Miss Katya?
Well, she's the sweetest girl I know. She gets along with everyone at Kaldia. This being the one exception.
No.
Ivan like thinks about it for a moment and says, maybe we aren't seeing the whole picture here, and it's too easy to decide off the bat.
Like,
I mean,
obviously.
Hey, we'll find out once we meet the person.
Yeah. Like, obviously, I trust you, Katya, and I don't know Mash like that. We only met her for like what, an hour. But you know, she doesn't seem like a type to lie. I guess we'll just have to meet the man in person.
Good talk.
Leon is just kind of like thinking, like, okay, well that's a bit odd. We'll see how this goes.
And also, all of you can add $11,000 to your
Holy shit!
accounts.
Yay.
So basically, got my monies back.
Most useless shit to buy.
Yeah, as a
24K in the bank.
yeah?
Go ahead.
yeah, as
I
a
have 25k.
as Troy like flies you in on like the like into U.S. airspace. As you land, Troy kind of like gives you all the money. Kind of just like chuckles like, "Oh, you're all making my monthly. You're all making more than my monthly salary." Well, all right. So, I've got a few things. Number one, that contact of Krishtaria's, we're going to. I've got the coordinates to meet him. Second of all, kind of like taking out a sort of envelope, will like read out and say, also, we actually did hear back a little bit ago from the people at Katya, the IT guys. It looks like we might be dealing with an archer servant.
In a city with a lot of tall buildings. With
Oh lord. With gangsta guns.
Ivan looks at Archer. His Archer's like, epic. Uh-oh.
Worst things about archers are the fact that they can split from their masters.
yeah, it can be like a mile away from the master.
Yeah. We're
Do you know
not
who?
entirely sure of any sort of description. Obviously, archers, don't show themselves often, so we haven't gotten a read of them. We just know that we've seen a lot of projectiles shown up, and a lot of corpses found killed by high velocity objects.
Wait. Jay, who's taking notes.
Also, I wrote the notes down from Seaburn's description. Could Jay look into the book of
Servants he borrowed from the library. Cross-reference archers and white hair.
So, cross-referencing archers and white hair, I will tell you. Give me a moment. Give me a quick second to load up my little lore doc. So I have an entire document entirely based on an entire document telling of which servants were involved in previous Grail Wars that you're probably never going to properly find out, but I have this.
Jay's got the book, so he's
Yeah.
getting his shenaniganery in.
As far as you can tell, there isn't. Well, there actually is an archer that sort of fits that description. The Second Holy Grail War in 1930, there was an archer with white hair, looked like, well, old man with a sort of a ghillie suit.
Oh no!
Was it Simo Haya?
And you know this guy to have he was a pretty strong contender, obviously. You have read that the three knight classes, Saber, Archer, and Lancer, are just objectively stronger than the other cavalry classes. But there's not a lot of information on the Second Holy Grail War to begin with. And however, the other archers that have appeared have been blonde and brunettes.
Is there a name?
This name? Roll me a D100, actually.
Come on! 23.
Alright. With the 23, you know that this archer's true name was actually identified as William Tell.
Jay, his eyes looking through, his eyes widen. The frig! Oh no, we done zoned. We are done zoned.
Caster kind of looking over your shoulder and kind of saying, do bear in mind, Jay, it says here that the First and Second Holy Grail Wars were, well, normal, relatively speaking. The Third, Fourth, and Fifth Holy Grail Wars, rather, the Third and Fourth Holy Grail Wars were, modified heavily. And, well, obviously, the Grail system right now is also completely unpredictable. there is a chance that whoever you're looking at might not even be summonable normally anymore.
Yeah, about the. Well, if it is this guy, famous sharpshooter, famous archer, Austrian sharpshooter. Friggin' A. Nah. And we'd probably be in a run for our money with a friggin' famous sharpshooter with modern firearms that are a lot more accurate than a bow and arrow.
I mean, I've seen some of the shots Archer over there has been able to pull off with a bow and arrow. I wouldn't be so certain.
When you say like a lot better than a bow and arrow, like Archer did kind of like look away, like kind of like a bit like not really like properly dejected, but kind of like
Look, look,
sort of look.
It's nothing against you, Archer. This dude, well, he was a little bit after the old time, 1300. Dritz Archer shot a arrow off a dude's head from almost 600 yards away, which without killing the dude, and it went clean off. I'm kind of terrified of that, and well, given that you guys said, oh, the more infamous a servant is, the stronger they are. Yeah, that story's been passed around for hundreds of years, so who knows how he might be as strong as you.
I mean, I suppose it's not any more scarier than any other powerful servant. You do remember what what the other saber was able to pull with the convoy guards, right?
Yeah, don't remind me. And we in New York, and there's too many places for him to hide.
I can't imagine, it's like significantly worse whether you gave him like a sword or a chainsaw back there. Like, the same goes for whoever this archer may be. I can't imagine the shots being any different if done with a firearm or with a bow. After all, they are servants. Any weapon is deadly in their hands.
Yes, and the more advanced they are with their weapons, the more dangerous it becomes. Especially if you give them weapons that belonged to them.
I love the idea of like Marvin's constantly like trying to work, but he just hears like interesting conversations and keeps just coming back up.
Marvin is constantly working. It's just Kleos is constantly saying everything through that. So he keeps up on the conversation while working.
Yeah. So you kind of like see like Saber like at the back, sort of like deep in thought, like it's almost like she's strategizing or something like that. But like she does, she's kind of like looking out the window, basically, just seemingly focused on something.
You good there?
Just thinking. I believe a lot of us would be at a disadvantage, namely Kleos and I, when it comes to fighting an archer. Regardless of their abilities, there are a few exceptions to an archer who could not readily take down a saber.
It depends. You could trap archers down,
True. And I suppose, kind of looking at Katya, I suppose I do have a master who can help counteract that, don't I?
True. And it's New York, so there's plenty of cover to be had.
Let's just
It's
steer
not
clear.
like we're going to be fighting them in an open field.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's steer clear of like big open streets. Shit, that means we won't be able to get to see Times Square.
Or Central Park.
And
I've been
Dude.
like,
someone like Ryder would give you guys movability, you could easily get to them.
Ivan like pauses for a moment and just says, if need be, I could act as basically a shield. Ivan like very quickly he holds out, he like pulls out one of the vials of blood from his coat, uncorks it, and then you see as like it floats up above his hand, and it turns it into like a pane basically of a flat layer, and then he like clenches his fist and it like freezes through, and he says that could work as a shield if need be, and I could do it on a fairly large scale if needed.
Sounds good to me. If that can stop an archer servant.
It stopped 10 apostles. I think it should be hopefully enough. Hopefully.
Sounds good enough to me then.
Maybe not comparable, but at least that's something. Unless the servant we're fighting is a dead apostle, in which case.
Saber like very quickly interjects, impossible. Servants are creations of human order. They would not be classified. They could fundamentally not be classified as any form of dead apostle, as they defy human order.
Wait.
What if Vlad Tepes,
Yeah, or like
the actual Dracula,
Yeah, what if
shows up, or Carmella?
Other Dracula from this show up, like, what about them?
Ivan
Oh yeah, go on.
Ivan would hold up a hand and say, there are different types of vampires in this world. The most prevalent of which is the dead apostles who are the antithesis of human order. But there are also other variations of vampires, such as the Xian, and a number of unnamed variants that aren't a variation that would threaten the human order. So I believe those would be still viable for the throne.
Sounds like
So
witchcraft.
what do you mean? Jay's goes up to Ivan like, you didn't tell me we deal with the friggin' Cavalria over here, different vampire types.
We don't know that yet. So far, we only know there's one dead apostle that we're looking out for. Let's not be doomers about this.
Oh boy. Jay has a drink from his flask.
And,
Ivan sort of shrinks a little.
as you all sort of sail? No.
Fly.
Soar. There you go. Soar off, into the distance. You actually do see, as you get closer to the land, sort of the skyline of Manhattan. You're not landing in the island. You're going to, land somewhere a bit off. You're going to have to take the ferry into it. But you do see these huge skyscrapers, as you kind of see Ryder kind of run, not run, but press his face up against the glass here and says, "That is remarkable.
I
I
don't know
thought the
why.
buildings in the United Kingdom were large, but you can see these from so high up."
Funny thing about it too, Ryder, this all used to be one little strip of land.
hundreds and hundreds of years ago. People have just been building on top of older buildings for last couple hundred years.
I can only imagine what Cairo looks like now. Single strips of land? That was our specialty when it came to building across the Nile. Tell me, are the pyramids still up?
The pyramids are still up, but doesn't have the old ivory anymore. Fade away over time.
A lot of it has
Strange.
been taken or replaced.
I never thought that I would live to see a day where the ivory of all things would be stripped away. But would be apologies. I suppose I shouldn't constantly go on about my homesickness.
Well, it is understandable, I guess. A lot of people get to see home when they go travel for extended periods of time. And now, if you're looking for a pyramid that still retains a high degree of luster and shine, there is the Luxor Hotel. But you're probably not looking for that.
The Luxor Hotel?
Further out west in America.
Why over
I
there
see.
in Las Vegas?
I believe. I suppose that would be too much of a detour. But I do wish to see this imitator pyramid of Las Vegas.
Honestly, going to Las Vegas would be such a fucking Ryder thing.
It'd be so fucking funny. He'd fucking thrive there.
Ew.
Katya, I like to imagine that you mutter out loud the Bass Pro Pyramid, and it kind of asks like,
Aching in my seat.
"What is this about Bass?"
Oh, nothing.
Kind of like narrows his eyes. No, you know something. Spit it out, girl. Saber kind of like steps in front of you and says, "Do not dare talk to my master in that sort of sense. I'm merely asking a question, King of Britain. If it's something to do with the pyramids, that is my authority."
The sixth largest pyramid in the world, the Bass Pro Pyramid, it sells fishing equipment. Got a big pond inside.
Anybody?
I don't know why it exists.
It's the
I don't
tourist
know.
attraction.
Leon looks around. He's like, I don't suppose anybody here is interested in finishing.
Jay slowly raises his hand, then slowly lowers it.
Caster races.
God damn it! I did it from the wrong person.
Damn, I can't believe Nathan melted. What's it called? What's it called? Like Ryder says, so I don't suppose that this pyramid is outside of my homeland and built by imitators.
It's in Memphis, Tennessee. A few states back, down the coast.
You know, if it was Egyptian, I would very much congratulate the ingenuity of transferring farming and fishing indoors into a great pyramid. That would be a noble feat indeed. But I shudder to think what these Americans are doing with the fish inside of their pyramid.
Out of character.
Mm.
What the Americans are doing with the fish inside that pyramid is a wild sentence. In character, Ivan is under the chair. He is not fucking with that shit.
I'm not from Tennessee, so.
I don't think I've visited that part of the U.S. yet, so can't tell you either.
what's it called? Like Troy kind of calls from the back of the cockpit. Actually, I've been there. It's actually pretty homely. Tends to be very busy though, packed with people. Packed with people.
Yeah.
Pyramids are meant to be tombs.
Well, this pyramid is essentially a monument. A monument to, well, ingenuity.
Oh, yeah, not
Basically, Leon says hubris, Jay says ingenuity.
Roll me a persuasion check.
I'm right on this one.
Hold up. Persuasion. That 20, let's go.
I suppose the evolution of technology over time is inevitable, and things can be repurposed for different things. Just please don't tell me that my pyramids have become a tourist attraction.
attractions. Oh well. Well, I'm going to have to sit you down one of these Ryder, and explain to you a couple of the changes that have happened. It feels really weird to explain to an Egyptian what has happened to Egypt this last few years, centuries, millennia, or however much.
Millennia for him.
Nothing good.
Actually, I'm trying to remember. Was the Sphinx around with Ramses?
That's a good question. I'm not actually sure.
I believe that came in like way later.
Yeah, like the Great Sphinx of Giza is 2558 BC. Ramses was around 1279 BC. So actually, the Sphinx would be around.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah, they were
because also part of his kit is the the sphinxes in.
Oh yeah, he
in
does summon
Rome.
sphinxes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, over the years you might not have liked the French for a bit.
Nor the British,
Yeah, like what's it called? Like
nor the Turks, nor the Greeks.
Ozymandias asks, "What did the French do?" And Victoria responds, "What didn't the French do?"
Damn.
Well,
I knew that was gonna come up eventually.
1800, fellow by the name of Napoleon Bonaparte had a bit of a campaign down in Egypt, shot a cannon across the Sphinx's nose, and kind of broke it.
They removed the Sphinx's nose?
It's been repaired a couple of times, I think. Never sticks.
What do you mean never sticks? What happened to our engineers?
The technique kind of got lost to time. I think the last time they tried to restore it was like the 70s. I'm not, and it kind of fell off.
In Ryder's mind, it says, "Note to self: if we visit Egypt, I'm fixing that nose."
That's the wish.
Yeah, that's his wish for the Holy Grail. But as eventually Troy says, "Oh, everyone, take your seatbelts. Marvin, come back up here. We're entering U.S. airspace. Jay, I hope you know what you're doing."
Alrighty.
And as we enter the U.S. airspace, that is unfortunately where we will have to end our session.
Yeah.
Roll for initiative as the archer takes
Alrighty.
aim.
Immediately,
Yeah.
immediately
Could
get
you
out of the
imagine?
fucking plane.
Yeah.
Fucking.
No, just Kiratsugu.
We hear the countermeasure system. Ding, 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 ding.
Ivan
yeah.
just fucking dives out a window.
This was
Right.
much
Good
more of like
time.
This was much more of a slower session, more of a roleplay session, but I still hope that all of you enjoyed it all the same. Now we're
Yeah.
in Manhattan. This is where the real war starts. And even though you're only at the airport, I will reveal the system that I have in place.
Hey.
Behold, I went insane. I don't know why I put so much effort into the presentation of this.
Holy shit. Hold on.
What the fuck?
Here you go. You can zoom in and read like the different things. There are bits of the folder that say if you can get inspiration from there, and if you can fight, if it's okay to fight there.
It's
Some of
always
these-
okay to fight.
Some of these will give you like little minor buffs, and some of them will actually, like, you know, depending on how people roleplay, can actually grant you inspiration to use basically whenever.
Alright.
You're missing the secret, super secret point of the Continental Hotel.
Yeah. I hate you, Vorty. I hate you so much.
Okay, but yeah, so what's it called? The how this is going to work is I do have a counter up that I'm not gonna put up yet, but I do have a counter of splitting the day into, as I've said before, I'm going to be splitting the day into 6 4-hour little bits. You can choose when you sleep. You can sleep for 4 hours and then sleep for 4 hours like later on. And once the day finishes, you will finish a long rest. You don't have to spend an uninterrupted 8 hours because
Okay.
you can do that. Like that's fine. Like I do that a bunch, but you know, that'll be a thing. And during the night phases, well, some of these folders might change, and some might reveal themselves, and some might no longer be accessible.
That's cool.
I like
Yeah.
how 1PP is over there. Like, we gonna go to the
Yeah,
friggin' cops.
Yeah, if you want to talk to the cops, you know, it's just there, I guess.
Jay might do some shenaniganry, some old Columbo work. Like,
Yeah, and
Go to the-
so
Go on,
I'm going
just
to the
for-
MET and stealing a sword.
no, you are not going to the museum and stealing a frigoff sword.
It says it right
You
there,
would.
perhaps a good place to find a catalyst. You know how old
Yep.
those things are?
Yep, you would.
Oh, lordy.
But yeah, that's, you know, that's how things are going to work. I will also have on the GM layer all the possible like enemy masters and servants who might be wandering around. So if you pick the right or wrong ones, depending on how you see them, you might run into some people. The reason why I wanted to sort of limit the areas you can go to is, you know, to give that chance of what's it called, going in, like, you know, running into these random encounters, just increase the chance of that without having to like roll dice, because I think this is much more sort of fun
Yeah.
and organic. However, if
Hmm.
there are any spots in New York that you would like to go to, you know, notably Times Square isn't here. I did want to like make a few cuts, like not too many things, but if there are places that you want to go to, you can go to them. Like, you know, feel free to name them to me and like tell me like what you want to be up to, of course, because you know I'm not gonna stop you all.
Question about the
Hmm.
no fighting. Is it because it's too public or?
Yes, it's too public. You can, okay, so you can fight in this. I will say, like, there's no mechanical restriction to like fighting within these zones. It's just a very bad idea. A combat zone, like when it says no combat, it's more like it's not a combat zone. combat zones themselves are like, you will not get noticed if you fight here.
I
How
don't
do you
know.
Make it
explain
all
the
bomb.
fight there?
I don't know. I think it's a great idea to go to the police plaza and start shooting people.
No! You can't say that!
Oh,
Doing
no,
That's a
fuck.
joke.
Why?
I need to cut the stream. I need to cut the stream. Say goodbye, everybody. See you
Marvin, you
later.
fuck!
See you later.
Goodbye, everyone!
Goodbye,
Yeah,
everybody.
this
Take care.
Mario!